Hello and welcome to Canterbury for day 3 of the action here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, between Kent and Nottinghamshire. The home side resuming their second innings on 85 without loss, having been bowled out first time around for 225, Notts making 433 in their first innings, so still advantage to the away team. A little bit of resistance late last night from Tawanda Mayeye and Ben Compton in this opening stand in the second innings. It's going to be Jacob Duffy, the New Zealander, to get us underway. I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle is still here. He has been here the last 2 days, as Duffy is in and bowling with 2 slips. Flicked away by Mayeye behind square on the onside to get up and running for the day with a single. A little bit cloudy at the moment. The sun was trying to poke through a moment ago, but so far the 2 days of action, Dave, what have you made of it?
Yeah, good morning, Ben. Good morning, everybody. Again, we're told it'd be a gloriously sunny day. I mean, it is going to be warm out there, I think, and the sun will break through, but once again it's cloudy. Notts totally dominated the first 5 sessions, we'll have to say, of this match, but Kent rolled back last night. Very much like the look of Tawanda Mayeye. He's going to be fun to watch if he sticks around for any length of time today. Hits the ball hard. He'll certainly be aggressive. He'll take on the bowlers.
Duffy to Compton, the left-hander on strike. He flicks this away behind square on the onside down towards fine leg for a single. Yeah, Matt Cole has rather been hogging all the good Tawanda Mayeye innings of late. He saw his double ton at Worcestershire the other week. So,
well, if you don't turn up till halfway through a game, Ben, what do you expect? I mean, where have you been? We started on Tuesday.
Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? Just only seeing half the game.
It's a good system you two have got. Just work a couple of days a week.
Here comes Duffy to Mayeye. In and bowls. Clipped away into the onside. It's sharing the load with regards to our mental health, I think, this season.
Now again, it's the County Championship regulations versus Bracegirdle, part 742. I'm sort of telling everybody it would be 100 and whatever overs today. The board showing 96 overs today, and I wonder if it is that old thing that we didn't start losing any overs yesterday until so late in the day. We lost those last 7 that we don't get them back today. I think that might be the case.
Duffy bowls on the leg stump, or wide of the leg stump in fact, and is flicked away down towards fine leg for 4 by Mayeye to get a boundary and nicely starting off his day. David Fulton is with us again. Very kindly offered to do a hot drinks run, but Dave already offered earlier on, so Dave sorted himself out. I politely declined the offer. So 91 without loss. What was I about to say? Oh, of course, that Notts have got a subfielder on the pitch, Dave.
Yeah, Luke Fletcher's not on the field today, nor do we expect him to be on the field today. Bit of a niggle, side niggle. If that's to be the end for Luke Fletcher, what a shame. Here's an update for Ben on BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, Kent clinging on to their Division 1 status by the tiniest little thread now. They basically need to try and somehow miraculously win this game from a inferior position against Nottinghamshire in order to stay up. It does feel inevitable that their relegation will be confirmed either today or tomorrow. It will depend how long they bat on in this second innings. They're 91 without loss. Tawanda Mayeye batted really well last night. He's moved on to 60 not out. Ben Compton is there on 23. A much better effort so far in the second innings from Kent, who are 225 all out first time around yesterday. Notts, of course, putting 433 on the board to give themselves a good chance of trying to stay in this division. But Kent, well, this could be the final day's cricket here at Canterbury this season. They've got to show what they're about and certainly play for some pride today. Mayeye, in fact, has just top-edged this one straight up in the air, and he should be caught by the wicketkeeper, and that is a bad start because Mayeye was batting brilliantly well last night. He's played an aggressive shot to a short ball here, top-edged it straight up in the air and being caught. So that's the first wicket down of the day, and Kent are 91 for 1. You can listen to commentary via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can ask your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire Day 4.
Wow. Wow, as you say, Duffy's actually got better as this game has gone on, and clearly with Fletcher off the field, he'll probably have a fuller role to bowl today. Bowls with good pace, banged one in short. Mayei just starting to go from maybe first or second gear to fifth or sixth, just a little too early this morning, not really played himself in, took on that short ball and top edged it, went a mile up in the air, and it was almost like time stood still. I know you were talking, Ben, couldn't see where the ball had gone, everybody stood there yelling catch, and then it went silent, and then it just dropped into the keeper's gloves. He didn't have to move in, move out, do anything, just where he's standing sort of 15-20 yards back, and it lolloped straight into his hand. So that's a really important wicket for Notts right at the start of the day, and as one former Notts coach used to say, 9 more.
And as I was mentioning earlier on, Tuanda Mayeye batted really well last night, but he's just got a habit of not sticking around long enough for people to enjoy him, and when he is batting well, and that's just a bit of a naive shot really, isn't it? A young man who was in glorious form late last night, you can't just come out the next morning and pick up where you left off. Albeit he clipped a poor ball away for 4 down towards fine leg, but was there any really need to take on that short ball so early in the day?
Well, the answer is clearly no. With hindsight, here's Lyndon James, who's bowled well in this match from round the wicket at the Nackington Road end. Bowls to former teammate Ben Compton, who watched on from the non-striker's end and defends his first ball of this third day. Will it be the penultimate day? Will it be the final day? We'll see it all unfold in front of us. One result already from this round of matches, of course. A really one-sided contest at Edgbaston, done in a day and a half. Essex beating the Bears comfortably by an innings as Lyndon James bowls. LBW shout here. I don't think it was with any great optimism of it being upheld, but decent delivery nonetheless from wide on the crease. Lyndon James bringing it in and striking Compton on the pad. The left-hander goes down, does a little bit of gardening. Early morning nerves. Went out and had a little look at the strip this morning. Does to the naked eye appear absolutely bone hard, and you can hardly see any indentations beyond the crease lines at either end. Next ball is nicely defended by Compton. There's all the usual, why did they enforce the follow-on us? And they're the same people that normally say, why didn't they enforce the follow-on if they take the other decision? It's one of those things where you have to let it pan out, and you have to understand, I guess, the reasoning. Notts was clearly on top yesterday afternoon, and Farhan Ahmed bowling nicely. If they could have winkled out 1 or 2 last night, it would have made the job easier. The fact that Mayei got off to such a fine start sort of brought a few doubts in. Down the leg side taken by Schardendorf. Durham have had a shocking start to day 3 at the Oval. They are 2 for 3 there. Remember, they're still over 150 behind the defending champions. Durham 2 for 3, and Frankie Worrell has got all 3 wickets. He's got rid of... they said that a couple of night watchmen last night. Parkinson went first ball. Callum Parkinson. Another night watchman, Hogg, has gone for naught this morning, and as Compton nudges this up to mid-on. And Ben McKinney has also gone for naught. So dreadful start for Durham, 2 for 3 in that one. As far as I can see, they're playing everywhere across the 8 games that are going on. Of course, today there's cricket at Trent Bridge. I always think it's a shame when there's a clash with Nottinghamshire playing away and cricket at Trent Bridge. It means the diehards, the Notts fans who come to all the games, come to all the away games, can't watch the internationals at Trent Bridge. As Compton gets this away through the offside. It's going to be touch and go. Sammy King, who's one of the quicker. That's one of the reasons why he's out there as a subfielder. Just drags it back inside the rope, and young Wiz, as they call him, the spin wizard, Farhan Ahmed with him, and between them they combined to just save a run. Compton gets 3. That's the end of Lyndon James' first over. We had 2 overs this morning, 94 for 1. And another thing of interest, I'm a little surprised that not a -4 on the over rate, given how many overs Farhan Ahmed bowled in the first innings, but I'm sure he'll have a lengthy spell at some stage today, either before or certainly after lunch, depending on how the innings is going, and they'll sort that over rate out. But at the moment it's -4. I don't think any of us thought to see actually what the Kent over rate was at the end of that long Nottinghamshire first innings. I certainly didn't. 94 for 1 after 2 overs this morning.
Probably won't matter, in fairness, as Duffy is in, defended away by Compton into the covers. Just to expand on my slight frustration at Tawanda Mayeye's perhaps naivety, he did exactly the same thing last week. There was a partnership between him and Ben Compton late on the evening. They put on 70 without loss, and then the next morning came out and got out straight away for 46.
Well, you did say it was you. You batted beautifully in front of Matt yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yep.
Here comes Duffy. Turned away into the onside. I did see his maiden first-class 100 for Kent, which was at Northamptonshire in the game that Daniel Bell-Drummond got 300.
Oh.
And he had a good knock against Surrey in the T20 Blast in the final group game here. But yeah, it does appear that Matt Cole has been hogging all the good Tawanda Mayeye innings, and yeah, he's seen me here and thought, nah, not for the hook shot, and top-edged it. So Mayeye, the one man out so far today. Duffy bowls to Compton. He defends into the onside. So as we were obviously alluding to with the Luke Fletcher injury, that's a blow for Notts in terms of the bowling ranks. Maybe it will mean Farhan Ahmed has to bowl a few more overs.
I don't think he can really bowl any more than he has been bowling. Mentioned a couple of times in this game already. It's only his third game. He bowled 76 overs against Surrey in the match, 50 in the first innings. Loves bowling.
Duffy. He's driven away off the back foot here by Compton, but a good stop by Jack Haynes out at cover point. My mum was here yesterday, and actually she texted me going, "How many overs is this 16-year-old allowed to bowl?" I said, "I don't think there's any limit on spinners, Mum. I think he's probably all right."
No, that was all hashed and rehashed again during the Surrey game, his first game, and there's no limit on the spinners.
I was actually slightly impressed that she knew that under 16s had bowling limits. As Duffy is clipped away here by Compton down the slope. That's probably going for 4, despite the best efforts of Sammy King, who's put in the full dive. He gets a magnificent round of applause for the commitment, which was definitely youthful over-exuberance.
Does your mum only come when you're not here as well?
She goes to see her dad on Thursdays, but yeah, to be honest, she doesn't normally come. My dad has a membership, so he normally pokes his head around the commentary box at tea time. But
are they Canterbury based?
No, we're a long way across the county actually. This one's defended away by Compton there. Paddock Wood, which is a little town outside Tunbridge, and then I'm like Matt in Tunbridge Wells way, so it's a good old trek across the county for a 10:30 start, especially when you're competing with people with proper jobs. who were trying to get to their
They're so inconsiderate,
places
aren't
of work.
Hogging the road at that time of day.
Absolutely. Although thankfully for me, everyone was trying to get into Tunbridge Wells rather than leave as I was leaving.
98 for 1. Good start by Notts this morning, getting rid of Mayeye. The first innings disparity was 208 between the two sides. Kent beginning this morning 123 behind. Dana James now over the wicket to Bell-Drummond for the first time, and fields off his own bowling. 3 slips: Joe Clark, Freddie McCann and Jack Haynes. Ben Slater is he the only one? He usually is. There's a pointer for you, Ben. Ben Slater, your namesake. He's the one with the white floppy sun hat. Jack Haynes sometimes does, but he's not. He's in his Nottinghamshire cap today. There's Lyndon James, the England Lions captain, and Daniel Bell-Drummond, I think, who had that role for a couple of seasons. Works this through the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, a sprawling stop from Sammy King, who really does generally impose himself when he's out there as the sub-fielder. Makes a good stop. He played here last year in that 50-over match that Notts got home. I've been meaning all through this match just to have a look and see how many the last pair put on, but didn't really give Notts a prayer until Matthew Montgomery and Dane Patterson, the last pair, got together and somehow got Notts over the line.
Yeah, that was a good game. That was a, as you say, surprise win in the end for Notts. It was a good game of cricket.
The prolonged applause was for the Kent's second innings, reaching 3 figures, 101 for 1. As Compton back on strike, plays this up to wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. Rob Lord doing the fielding.
Classic example there of Ben Compton just being in his own little bubble. Most other batters probably would have tried to drive that. It was full enough. Compton just patted it back to mid-off. 83 balls, he's been out there for his 30. Whereas Mayeye had a strike rate of over 100 before he got out.
And James turns at the far end, almost in the car park. Comes in off this long run and bowls, and that's straight out of Compton's shoulder of the bat, and runs through the gully region for a single. 102 for 1. I learnt a thing this morning that I didn't know about. A Seba Mead. He was out there in the nets. Peter Moore's Aunt Botua with the old dog thrower, sending balls down for the Mead, and he was hitting them here and hitting them there, and they were plinking a bit, you know, plink, plink as he played them, as Lyndon James comes in, and this is pushed in the offside, and Peter Moore says, yeah, that's why. He started practicing in the nets with a broken bat. He said he did it and got a century, and now he thinks it might be a lucky thing, because if you play in the nets like that, and it sounds absolutely awful when it comes off the broken bat in the nets, you go out in the middle and you time one nicely, and this is good, and you know, a psychological thing. So
I love the theory. It's great.
I'd not really got Hass down as somebody who really went by the superstitious nature of the game. This is a lovely shot from DBD, straight down the ground for 4 runs. Test match special commentator at the weekend, on driver in the middle of the week. Lovely shot, 106 for 1. Bell Drummond on to 7. Compton has 31, and this morning Kent have lost to Wenda Mayeye. Caught by Shardendorf, bowled Duffy for 60. You look out for the match reports tonight and tomorrow that say that Mayeye was caught by the keeper, and it'll just read, it'll just look like it was a nick behind. It wasn't. It went about 400 feet up in the air.
Yeah, they could have run too while the ball was in the air, couldn't they? Probably. Yeah, Daniel Bell Drummond's got shirt sleeves on today, which is quite rare. Normally he bats in a long sleeve top. Just looked a little bit different as he drove that one down the ground, and realised it was the forearms on show, just trying to catch the last bit of sunshine of the summer maybe. As Duffy's going to change his angle of attack for Compton, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Fended off out towards Hasib Hamid, who we were just mentioning.
Returning Kent hero, of course, Jacob Duffy.
Yeah.
He's got better. I don't know, you know, I know you've sent in 1 or 2 messages, so you have been following this game at times, but I don't know how closely you've been scrutinising it. All the bowlers on both sides from each end have had no ball trouble in this game. It's been extraordinary. Yeah,
sometimes that does happen with bowlers that are not used to the slope here at Canterbury. Duffy is clipped away into the onside. So for the Notts bowlers, I think that's fair enough. Duffy ended up only playing 1 or 2 games here.
I think it's 2 games, but 1 here.
Yeah, so that was the one, of course, where he took that haul of wickets against Gloucestershire, which was a really important result for Kent that season. But yeah, and then Akeem Jordan hasn't played here either, because he played at Worcestershire, took Fifer up there, then got side strain and has missed the last 2, so he hasn't actually played at Canterbury until this game. So him as well, it was kind of understandable a little bit that he might have had no ball issues. Duffy bowls to Bell Drummond, half an appeal for LBW, but that will go away for 4-leg byes. Down towards where a fair few spectators actually sat, which I reckon if I wasn't in this commentary box, I'd probably would be sat in those seats to the one side of the Les Ames stand with where the wicket is positioned this week. High up on the square.
You'd be sat with your mum.
That'd be a good view there, I reckon.
That's 92 extras in this game. I would like to think there'll be a round of applause when the 100 comes up.
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? It really is a lot. So bowlers have definitely struggled with the slope and whatnot. That's an over-pitch delivery which Bell Drummond has hammered through extra cover for 4. That was fearsomely put away by Bell Drummond. So he's already raced on to 11 from 6 balls. So Ben Compton is very much the... Is the antithesis the right word? Of all the other Kent batters? You get what I'm trying to say. The rest of them prefer to play some shots. Whereas Compton, and I guess Jack Leaning to an extent as well, prefer to occupy the crease. As Duffy bowls. Bell Drummond just hard hands really as he tried to defend that one that went past the outside edge through to the keeper.
Might have been a little unlucky in the first innings, Ben Compton, and LBW that was given against him. Luke Fletcher, the bowler, I think.
Yeah, it was over the wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think had the option been there to review it, and he may well have done so. Might have been proven to have gone over. Well, not proven, but it might have come up as one that was likely to go over the top.
Probably would have been an umpire's call one where it was pitching as well, as this one's on the stumps and defended away out towards mid-wicket.
Well, if it's umpire's call, you're out, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was tight in terms of whether it pitched on leg stump, because he was bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. End of the over.
There was a huge shout at Old Trafford yesterday. I don't know if you saw that run-out incident that was making the headlines. And Lancashire is still going along, and they're still 7 down, 303 for 7, Lancashire.
Who was the batter that didn't get given out? It should have been.
Was it Balderson?
Yeah, it's an extra.
Balderson's not out 9 at the moment. I've got George Balderson in my mind. Luke Wells is still there on 79. Terrific player. Lyndon James bowls, and Compton goes high on his tippy toes to drop it down on the leg side, fielded by the sun-hatted Slater.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary clip if you can find it on social media. The batter almost... The stumps get hit by the ball, and then you see the batter put his bat down. There's just such a delay. The suggestions were that maybe the opposition captain was filling in at square leg, or the umpire had a snooze, fallen asleep for a minute.
These things happen. 115 for 1. James round the wicket. Bowls down the leg side, taken by Schardendorf. Good tidy glove work and footwork indeed by the young Zimbabwean. Now, I've had a week where I've carelessly found myself in Kent for the second time in 48 hours at the start of the week. I was down here for Bromley at the weekend, and then went back and then came again, and now you're coming back tucked up in my car boot on the way back, because you're coming to Nottingham on Saturday.
A whole week of Kent against Nottinghamshire.
115 for 1. Next ball is left alone by Compton. Climbs over the top of the off stump and through to Schardendorf, following your beloved Gills.
Well, less of the beloveds, but yeah, following Gills. The unfortunately these days, that big city called London tries to claim Bromley as well. So it's a contentious one.
I enjoyed it actually. First visit there.
It's a nice little ground.
Yeah. This was my number 92. As this goes through to the keeper of the current ones.
Oh, was it? Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I started last year, I think, on, or was it 89 or 90, and I hadn't been to Brentford's new one, which I got out of the way. Notts played a game on a Friday night, so I went to Brentford on the Saturday, and I'd not been to the new Plough Lane, the new Wimbledon, so I got that one. So the only other one last season I hadn't been to was Sutton United, and I didn't go with Notts at the start of the season, so in a way I was quite pleased they dropped out of the league. Next ball is... Oh, he's hit him on the back pad, Askin gone. Lyndon James with the second wicket of the morning. Compton out, LBW for the second time in the game, and that looked out. It Just got through that little gap there and would have clattered into the stumps, but for his back pad in front of the stumps, and Compton's gone, and Notts have struck a mighty couple of blows this morning. Both openers gone. Compton for 32, 91 balls he faced at the crease for getting on for 2 hours, but he's out 115 for 2, and Notts have had a pretty good 20 minutes.
Certainly have. And yeah, first look at that, or looking at it live, certainly looked good in terms of the appeal. I'm not quite sure how Ben Compton missed it, to be honest. He's getting a hand as he walks off.
You know it was out when David Fulton's indicating a raised finger. Might have been towards me, but I think he was also signalling that that it was out. 115 for 2.
Yeah, it was full, wasn't it? It comes nice and wide on the crease. Just looking at the replay, and yeah, as you say, back pad. I don't quite know how Compton's missed the ball, but if you miss the ball, you standing on. Well, so quite a few of these Kent batters do take a guard kind of across their stumps, so it does leave you a bit susceptible to LBW if you miss a straight ball. And so both the openers then this morning removed by Nottinghamshire. Perfect start for Notts to the day, with Kent still well in arrears, 93 runs behind, as Jack Leaning comes out to join Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Thanks for working that out. Does it actually say anywhere, or are we
left
our own devices?
I've got it on my
Okay, no,
device.
that's all right. That's all right. No, you know, it's like with these scoreboards, especially that one over there on the Ames Stand, Ames Pavilion. It's such a sprawling, magnificent beast that it takes you 5 minutes to run your eyes all the way from the left-hand side of it to the right-hand side of it.
I'm glad you think it's magnificent, though. I like it. It's old-fashioned.
Yeah. No, that's all right. That's all right.
It's still being hand-operated.
It's not always been in sync with the other one in this game. So there has been a time or two where we've given a rider. It's either 127 for 2 or it's 128 for 2. We're not sure which. But
yeah, sometimes they need to give the lever an extra tug. The numbers got stuck.
New man is Jack Leaning, as Lyndon James bowls to the former Yorkshire top order player. Made 26 yesterday. Rob Lord got him, caught behind by Shardendorf. End of the over. Lyndon James a wicket maiden, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29.
I enjoyed
for
that
2.
you called him a former Yorkshireman the other day and then immediately corrected yourself, because I did exactly the same thing the other day. He is always going to be a Yorkshireman. Even though he was, of course, born in Bristol, because that was where Dad was playing football at the time.
Andy, yeah.
I noticed that the for those of you cricket nerds out there who are following some of the other Test cricket going on at the moment, there's a lad playing for New Zealand who took fifer in the Test match in Sri Lanka, who was actually born over here.
Oh.
A chap called O'Rourke. So was Jacob Duffy, his countryman. Bowls to Bell-Drummond, cut away out towards deep point for run. So yeah, I was researching his background, and yeah, was born over here and then moved back to New Zealand and Auckland Way when he was 5. But probably is a state in, say, New Zealand cricket where they're trying to find a couple of bowlers for the future. Tim Southey coming towards the end of his career. Trent Bolt's not playing Test matches these days, etc.
Duffy's 30 now, though. I was a little surprised when I saw that. It's a relatively new name in terms of international appearances, isn't it? But I'm surprised he'd been around for as long as he has. Bags of experience, though.
Yeah, he's bowling with 2 slips to Leaning. Short ball, big bouncer. Goes through to Shardendorf behind the stumps. Of course, Nathan Smith, also a Kiwi seamer with Worcestershire at the start of the season.
Yes, he
was
did.
Excellent.
Did very, very well, yeah.
Surprised when I looked that he hadn't actually got any international caps. It was only at youth level he'd been capped.
They're the sort that you want to pick up, really.
Yeah.
If they're of the required ability. If you can have them all season, barring injury, it's a great pickup.
Duffy. Oh, edge gone. The tall seamer has just got a bit more bounce out of the wicket, and Jack Leaning has poked at it on naught. Third ball, Jack Leaning. He's tried to play a back foot drive and has been caught by Schardendorf moving away to his right, and Knott's morning gets even better with both openers, and now Jack Leaning dismissed, and Kent have gone from 85 without loss overnight to 116 for 3.
Yeah, 31 for 3 in just under half an hour. Duffy's looking the business this morning. He was a little out of sorts, a little wayward, indeed, in all probability, a little rusty in the first innings. Didn't get off to a great start like Akeem Jordan did in the Notts innings. Went for 30 runs or so in his first little spell with the new ball, but got better after that. And this morning he's been a real handful, and he's picked up a couple of important wickets, getting rid of Mayei and now Jack Leaning. 7 more.
Got 0 and 100 against Hampshire here last week, Jack Leaning, as Kent managed to hold on for the draw in the end, but the way things are playing out at the moment, that draw looks, or a result in this game, looks a long way away. And of course, draw is not enough for Kent this week, as Joe Denley comes out to join Daniel Byrd-Drummond.
What you need is some words of inspiration from a former Kent skipper. I'll move out of the way, and David Fulton will come in to join Ben for the first time this morning.
Thank you, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle off to update the good people of Nottingham. Up mid-ock, 3 wickets. Yeah, went to uni in Nottingham for a year. Very fond of the place, as is David Fulton, who's joining me, although as men of Kent and Kentish men, tough watching so far this morning as Duffy is into Joe Denley and he defends away up towards mid-on. Morning, Dave.
Yeah, morning, Ben. Morning, everyone. Into Kent's 2 senior players at the crease. They need to turn back the clock a little bit and produce their very best stuff if Kent to get anything out of this game. I was looking at the table, and I think Kent's almost done. By my calculations, given the limited bonus points they've got from this match, Nottinghamshire need 1 more point out of either this match or their last match, and Kent can't catch them because the gap is 40.
Duffy bowls to Denley as it's another shortish ball, which is fended off out towards cover. Yeah, they really are on the brink.
Yeah, they're on the
Kent,
brink. Yeah, I think it's 1 more point. So 40, so 16 with a win, and a win from this position is looking increasingly unlikely, but let's just say a miracle does happen and these two play well and Kent end up winning this match and taking 16 points. That would put them 24 points behind Nottinghamshire, who are 8th. They've got to overtake Lancs and Notts.
Cut away here by Denley out towards Gully. Yeah, and of course Lancs having a little bit of a comeback, aren't they, in that game against Somerset? Yeah, they now lead by 302 runs, 308 for 7 they are, with Luke Wells on 84.
Yeah, so Kent are bottom at the moment. This is with bonus points included, 85. Lancashire 110, so that's a gap of 25 points. Nottinghamshire 125, so that's a gap of 40 points between Kent and the third from bottom team, who they'd have to leap over. So that's 16 with a win, a full complement of 24 points up at Durham, and hoping that Nottinghamshire take not a single point from their last match. So mathematically Kent are alive, but there is clinging on by your fingernails, and that is where Kent find themselves as Byrd-Drummond drives against the impressive Lyndon James, who's been good with bat and ball in this match.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, isn't he,
He's a really
Lyndon
good
James?
cricketer. Yeah, I've liked the look of him from the moment he strode out. He hadn't even hit a ball. I just like the way he walked to the crease and took his guard. You know, some players just have a presence at the crease, and he certainly has that.
I remember thinking that the first time I saw Jack Haynes bat for Worcestershire in a one-day game against Kent early on in his innings. I thought, oh yeah, I like the look of this lad.
So James is in past umpire Middlebrook, and a big shout for OBW. I think there's a bit of bat in that. Daniel Byrd-Drummond just tried to suggest as much, which is a bit naughty, but sometimes you do that as a batter, just to kind of remind the umpire that there was a bit of bat in that, which kind of should really let him make his call. But when you've been on the receiving end of one or two tricky ones, do everything you can.
11 or 12 in Kent's case this season, I think, but there we go.
I mean, in terms of the body language of players, I mean, we're something we do at the Canterbury Academy. I did a couple of sessions 2 years ago with our sixth form academy, cricket academy, where we watched Steve Waugh talking about his presence at the crease as James is in, and Bell Drummond is clipping this, but he's picked out mid-on, and there's no run. He would have gone for four had it been a couple of yards either side. Yeah, because we go back, obviously, school starts again. It started now in September, and the players coming off a long season, you don't really want them hitting balls as soon as they go back in the winter, so they usually have about 6 weeks off. So those first few weeks are off, and then we start kind of almost classroom stuff and a bit of culture and team building, but also some psychological things as well. So Ben's got an update coming in just a second as James comes in. He's being smashed this time. Previous one found the fielder. This time Bell Drummond picks the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and it races away up the hill for four.
Yeah, nicely played by Daniel Bell Drummond, cashing in on an over-pitch delivery from Lyndon James.
Yeah, so we watched a 25-minute video of Steve Waugh. It was a masterclass he did with Sky, and Ward was there. I think Ricky Ponting might have been there, and they were talking all things kind of batting. Let you do your update, and we'll come back to that.
Yeah, nice. Fake it till you make it type psychology as Bell Drummond defends. Yeah, tough start for Kent, who are on the brink of relegation back to Division 2. They're 120 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. They started the day 85 without loss and hopeful that they could bat big today and get a lead going into the final innings of the match. But certainly that has taken, well, not just one blow, but now a multiple, with Tawanda Mayeye going for an early hook shot, which he top-edged into the air. You heard during the last update. Since then, Ben Compton out LBW to Lyndon James, and then Jack Leaning, who has come in as Bell Drummond handsomely drives through mid-on for 4. Bell Drummond is on 20 not out now, but Jack Leaning, the vice-captain, out third ball for naught as Duffy got a bit of extra bounce out the pitch and he was caught behind. So it's the two senior men in Daniel Bell Drummond and Joe Denley who are at the crease at the moment. Kent still trailing by 84 runs, and they need, well, basically to win this game now. Anything but that will mean they are relegated. You can listen via the BBC Sport app and website, and on your smart speaker as well. Ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire Day 3. So a couple of very nice shots in that over from Bell Drummond.
Yep.
Now up to Joe Denley to face up to Jacob Duffy. Here it comes. Clipped away down towards fine leg for 4. A couple of times Duffy's done that so far today, just over pitched on leg stump and been clipped away. Happened when he was bowling to Mayeye.
Yeah, it's just going to be the slope where you fall away slightly, so they tell me as a bowler.
Yeah,
you'd know about these things, Ben, being bowling all rounder. But yeah, he just falls away a little bit, pushes it down the leg side, and just nicely glanced away off the front foot. So the boundaries keep coming. If we could do something about these wickets, that would be good.
Yeah, run rate hasn't been a problem for either team in the game, I noticed.
No.
4.05 for Kent first, or for Nottinghamshire, sorry, and then for Kent first time around it was similar.
Yeah, they rattled along. But, just to finish my point before we did your update on the whole body language, a bit of psychology, and Steve Waugh talking about when he went out to the crease, he'd take his time. Ponting used to, I don't know if you remember, scrape everything away, kick the footholes and scrape everything away and clear the pitch in front of him because he wanted it to very much be his place of work.
This one driven away by Joe Denley out towards wide mid-off. No run.
And Steve Waugh talked about, padding the pitch. Obviously, he was a gum chewer and he had that kind of gunslinger kind of cowboy way about him, but the chest was out and he was coming there to do battle and he wanted to look like, this was, I'm here for the long haul. So he talked about planting a flag in the wicket. This is where I'm coming to work. This is my patch.
Yeah, I like it. Clipped away into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. Because sometimes you don't feel confident when you're walking out to bat, and you almost have to. That's what I was kind of alluding to with, you almost have to convince yourself.
You convince yourself. You're convincing yourself and convincing everybody else. Yeah. And you're right. You're faking it till you make it to a certain extent. It is a bit of an act. You're going out there to perform. If you're playing top-level cricket, a Test match, one-day international, you're playing in front of maybe 30, 50,000. Here you're playing in front of fewer, but it's the same principle. And even if you're playing in front of no one, you're still playing in front of the opposition and your mate up the other end, and you've got to convince them and yourself that you mean business. And some of that is just the way you carry yourself. When I was struck by Lyndon James and the way he did that yesterday.
Short ball pulled away by Joe Denley. Out towards mid-wicket for 4. He was quick to latch upon the length in that instance. And gets himself another boundary. So Kent to 132 for 3 and Joe Denley up to 8.
Yeah, that'll do him the world of good. That was a very fine pull shot. It was wide outside off stump, hence it went a long way in front of square, but he was on top of it. He picked it early. Duffy just tiring a little bit. He can bowl 90 miles an hour, Jacob Duffy, and has got better as this game's gone on, but Denley has faced quicker than him.
Duffy bowls to him again and he just defends gently into the offside. No run as Sammy King, the subfielder, does the fielding. One more ball to go in the over. 2 for Duffy so far this morning, 1 for James.
So we had our academy lads and lasses actually, but we had them, so we didn't want them to do any cricket as such, no nets or anything too serious, but we had them kind of walking out to bat in a kind of hostile environment.
I like it.
Where we just have win balls, and they'd face 6 balls, and the fielders would have like 3 slips and 2 gullies and try and show a bit of presence, and the batters had to stick their chest out and take it and face it.
Defended away here. Nice textbook forward defensive shot from Joe Denley to end the over. 132 for 3 Kent, so they are still 76 runs behind and 3 wickets lost this morning. Mayeye for 60, Compton for 32, and Jack Leaney without scoring.
Did you and Matt split the Hampshire game similarly, 2 days and 2? Do you tend to do days 3 and 4? Are you the finisher?
Well, it just has been the case the last 2.
So you would have seen, did Tawanda get out from a not out position first ball of the, was it the last morning?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So very similar to what happened today.
Yeah, I mean, it is tricky starting again, and it's actually lovely to rock up to a ground where you've got 50 to your name, or even occasionally 120 to your name. It's nice to start with those runs behind you. But, he's a young player, and even if you're vastly experienced, it can be tricky to, do you just carry on from where you left off? So here is Rob Lord, who begins his morning's work for the Nackington Road end. Bit of a loose, and Daniel Bell-Drummond just opens a face, runs it through where Gully would have been. Man is back on the boundary. They pick up a single. Bell-Drummond to 21, 133 for 3. So I remember having these conversations when Michael Carberry first came to Kent, because Carberry's a really talented player, and he'd get a lot of 50s in the morning session, and he'd get out straight after lunch. And I remember watching him at lunch thinking, this has happened a bit too often now. And I think it wasn't that he was kind of patting himself on the back, because he wasn't that kind of guy. But when you concentrate really hard and you're like in 6th gear of concentration, then you come in for lunch, and if you switch off completely, it's difficult to get yourself going again mentally. As Lord is in, driving Denley, didn't time that one mid off fields, it's Hamid and there's no run. So I always used to think if you came in at an interval, and it's difficult to do overnight because you do have to switch off, but if you're at lunch or tea, you come in, you go from kind of that 6th gear of concentration, and you probably go down to about 2. So you're still aware of things. You haven't completely switched off. You don't start larking around with the lads or, making phone calls or reading the paper. You're still very much in game mode, but you just got the engine ticking over. As Lord comes past by Middlebrook, and he's gone. Denley, that was a poor shot, and he knows it. He punches his bat. Wasn't there to drive. Took it on the up, and it bounced and left him, and he nicked it to second slip. That was not Joe Denley's best work. He punched his bat in frustration. You don't mean to do it as a batter, just an error in judgment, in selection, and Kent lose their 4th. Denley's gone for 8, 133 for 4. Kent in real trouble. The Division 2 scenario is getting closer by the minute.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of weeks for Joe Denley. He had a good start to the season. People sort of almost forget that he really did have a good beginning to the campaign and was top of the Kent averages for his efforts early season, where he had a 100 against Somerset in the first game, and then had a trot where he scored 3 half centuries in a row. But of course, unfortunately for him, his season has been interrupted by that knee injury that he had, and quite a serious one as well. I think there were worries at one point in time whether or not he would, come back and play again this season. So, yeah, and then in the last couple of weeks, he's just looked rusty, and that was another kind of rusty sort of error of judgment, whereby if he'd been playing 3 games in a row or whatever, and but he had some time in the middle, he would have
runs
made
under
the
your
mistake.
belt, time in the middle, you leave those. When you are scratching around, a bit rusty, you want runs, you search for it. I remember Ricky Ponting talking about it on again, it might have been a masterclass where, I remember watching him when I was out in Australia, and the local commentators, and he would have been a young player at the time. He just he wanted to get to 30. If you'd have given him 30 on the board, he probably would have just gone and batted beautifully. But he was short of runs, and he was desperate to get runs. And when you're desperate to get runs, sometimes you look for things that aren't quite there. And that was the case with Denley. That was the case with Ponting back then, where he was getting caught driving at things that he shouldn't have been. Credit to Rob Lord for hitting a good line of length. He did move away, and it was a nice catch as well. Was it McCann? Second slip.
Yeah, I guess you're looking for that sweet spot, aren't you, as a batter? With as much as, say, a Ben Compton has that slightly more siege mentality, I'm not going to give my wicket away. Guys like Tuanda Mayeye probably are the other extreme, just always looking to score and hit boundaries.
It's Lord. He's in, and that was straight. Everson, the new batter, keeps that one out. Played nicely in the first innings, Joey Everson, against his former team. I didn't want to miss that one. It was pretty straight. Yeah, I mean, look, you play your game, and those games will differ. Although I would say
Tawanda differs, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, Tawanda and Ben Compton. Ben Compton's a very good foil for Tawanda. They play very differently, and that can work in their favour as a partnership. But Tawanda, it looks to me like he is free flowing. He does like to play his shots, and he's worked out, I think, the way he wants to play, which is to go after things. As we see Lord come in again to Everson, who lets it go outside off stump. And your strength can be your weakness. We saw in the first innings he swivelled on one and just picked out deep square leg. He's so good on the pull shot, and yet the pull shot's got him out twice in this match. And because you tend to look for your strengths and go for your strengths, and there is that shot selection. And I think Tawanda fully entitled to take both those shots on. Just got to execute better, as Lord is Everson nicely behind this one. I think the difference with Joe was that was an erring of selection, in the sense that wasn't the right shot for that particular ball. Joe at his best doesn't play that shot. Tawanda at his best does play the 2 pull shots that he played. He just plays them better, and he either hits them over the fence or he finds the middle of the bat and hits it for 4. So I never have a massive problem when people go for a shot and that's there to go for, and it just doesn't come off, because mentally that means you're okay. You just haven't executed. That was an error of judgment by Joe, and that's what you could see. That he knew straight away. We've all done it. He punched the bat. He knew that was poor from him, and that comes from not having played a lot of cricket. He's rusty. He's coming off an injury. It gets harder to start. I think I said this in the first innings. I think Joe Denley, when he's got 30 or 40 to his name, is probably as good as Joe Denley's ever been. But it is harder to start the older you get.
So Duffy to Beau Drummond. Everson there with him, the top scorer from the first innings, the former Nottinghamshire player, as Duffy bowls wide of the off stump. Going back to what you were saying about Tuanda Mayeye, I guess anyone that has played club cricket can relate to, in a way, having that break in an innings, even if it's just a drinks break. Sometimes you find yourself, as you say, kind of go down those levels in terms of the concentration, and then can get yourself out thinking that, I'm just going to play the way I was before drinks, and actually you almost need to have a bit of a reset. That's a very short ball and a very high bouncer.
Yeah, we actually saw it yesterday with Joe Denley. So Joe got hit on the helmet, bizarrely, got hit on the knee, and it kind of rolled up his body and kind of, I don't think it grazed, it obviously doinked the grill a bit, but it wasn't a kind of thudding blow. It was a deflected blow where his knee and front pad had taken most of the sting out of it. We had the concussion protocol.
Duffy to Bell. Drummond defends.
And it was a completely unnecessary break. Just a bit of common sense would have said, well, it hasn't hit him very hard. It's come off the pad. It's kind of rolled up. It's kind of doinked ever so slightly the grill. But we had to have physio on, 2 minutes of checking the helmet and checking the player's okay. And Joe was quite clearly okay. And then he nicked the next one. So even an experienced player like Joe, those interruptions aren't ideal. But when you're overnight and you have to start again, that is an altogether different challenge.
Well, Drummond, it's bowled by Jacob Duffy, off stump, cartwheels out the ground, and Kent are in an absolute heap at the moment as their captain goes for 21. Duffy strikes once more. 5 wickets have fallen in this opening, 50 minutes of cricket here on day 3. And Kent have gone from 88 without loss to 133 for 5. Jacob Duffy is the sort of bowler that when he's not quite in a rhythm he can be a bit expensive, but as Kent fans know from that one spell he had where he completely took Gloucestershire out and won them the game here at Canterbury a few years ago during his overseas stint, his short overseas stint, when he gets on a roll he can be a real threat, and at the moment he is clattering through these Kent wickets and as Castle Bell Drummond.
Yeah, you have to feel for Daniel Bell Drummond. He's looked in good touch. He's played a couple of cracking on drives, cover drive, good on the back foot. He looks in decent touch, but it is the kind of surface that you're never really in on. It's had plenty throughout this match, even when Nottinghamshire were racking up that first innings total of 433 and they were putting on well over 100 for the first wicket. The ball was still sailing past the outside edge a couple of times and over. In between times it was going for 4, but if ever there was a picture that summed up Kent's championship season, it is of their beleaguered captain with his off pole out the ground, and that's no reflection on him as a player, just on Kent's fortunes. And you have to feel for Daniel Bell Drummond. He's doing everything in his power to try and turn Kent's season around and get something even out of this penultimate match of the season, but he was flattened by a good one there, couldn't do much about it. Pitch middle and off, straightened and knocked out his off dolly.
It certainly looks dramatic when the stump comes cartwheeling out of the ground, as it did. And Harry Finch now comes out to join Joey Everson, 6 and 7 at the crease for Kent when they started off the day with 1 and 2, fresh from an 85-run partnership. So Nottinghamshire, who, as Dave Bracegirdle was saying, have won most of the sessions in this match, bar last night, are back on top in a big way and looking to secure their own safety in Division 1. 3 slips behind Harry Finch, and Duffy will roar in once again from the pavilion end. Defended away this time by Harry Finch. 1 more ball remaining in the over, and then I'll just put a question to you, David, because we're very much assuming that Kent are going to be, certainly a way this morning is played out, a Division 2 team next year, and therefore there's a question and a game plan, I guess, for how they're going to bounce back longer term, which might involve some younger players, as Duffy is defended away here by Finch. End of the over, Kent 133 for 5. So my question to you would be, where does Joe Denley fit into that with nephew Jayden obviously on the scene and probably after the same sort of spot in the batting order? Yeah. What do Kent look to do next year, and is there still a role to play for someone like Joe within the dressing room when you're trying to bring younger players through? Yeah,
without question there's a role for Joe Denley. I mean, Joe Denley at his best is still a massive asset for Kent. That said, it gets harder every year that goes by. I've been there, ironically, with Joe Denley, the kind of kid coming up in the wings, and and you looked at it, and in the end, one of the reasons that my time was nigh at Kent was because of the emergence of Joe, and you just get a sense as a player that actually the club are better off with you moving on and the younger player taking your spot, and that player's got to be ready, or looking like he's close to being ready, as we see a Lord in again, and this one is being edged by Joey Everson. There is a third man in place. They jog through for a single, and Everson takes the score on to 134 for 5. He's away. So, yeah, you do ask yourself. I think a lot of some players may not ask themselves. It's about playing for as long as you can and paying the mortgage and everything else. But I think most players, and I will put Joe in this bracket, will look at what he can still bring to the table in terms of helping his club that he's played at since he was probably 12, going back to Kent Schools years and pathway cricket and whatnot. It's a club. Obviously had the little breakaway at Middlesex for 2 or 3 seasons, as we see Lord coming into Finch, who edges and gone. What a catch from Schardendorf, who's having a fine game. That is a really good delivery by Rob Lord. And we did say when Nottinghamshire were playing a missing in the first innings, you just have a feeling that the way Kent's season's going, they will play a miss at very little and they'll just nick everything. And Finch got a good one there, didn't play a miss, just followed it a touch as it went up the hill and he nicked it. And the keeper, who is playing, his kind of first-class match, dived in front of slip and took a great low catch. So Finch has gone. He's one of Kent's form players. But, he has not impacted the scoring. Kent in all sorts of bother at 134 for 6.
Yeah, and still 74 runs behind. And of course, 88 for none. At the start of the day, you're thinking, right, Kent are going to get a lead here and potentially wall bat all day and take it into a 4th day. But it's been an absolutely calamitous session, and on top of a pretty appalling season. So it's kind of going from bad to worse, isn't it, for Kent at the moment? And it could be heading towards that conclusion. Yeah,
I mean, you could lose 10 wickets in a session here, less than a session, the way things are going. This is without Luke Fletcher, who remains off the park injured. So it's the youngsters of James and Lord, together with the overseas Duffy, who's been impressive. 3 for 40 for Duffy, 2 for 39 now for Lord. A couple of good ones. But to go back to your question, Joe Denley, I think you look at the character and you look at where they're at and what they can still bring and what they want to do. And I think with Joe, I know that Joe is going to be doing some work with Kent's Academy. I think his next step is to look at his coaching badges and to move into that area. And I think he's got a lot to offer. Not just, I've always felt that Kent's first team players could do more down the chain. We don't produce enough bowlers. Well, if you've got, I don't know, Freddie Klassen, who's injured, why isn't Freddie going with the under-15s to look at some of their bowlers? He's getting paid, and that might have happened to some extent. I know it happened with Joe because he went to watch the Kent under-18s against Sussex. He did 3 days with the boys.
I get the impression he's driving some of that.
He is driving some of that, but you're paying these guys, as we see Lord come in, and this one is turning to the leg side. There's no run. Matt Parkinson, who I saw in the Lime Tree Cafe, was having a cappuccino in his shorts and t-shirt about 40 minutes ago because I was grabbing one myself. He suddenly had to scurry upstairs and put his gear on. Out he goes. So Joe went with the under-18s to Sussex and spent a couple of nights away with the lads, team meal, and that's invaluable for young players to have that experience. And my lad was on that, and he loved his company. In fact, he lives in Whitstable and gave him a lift home. Was handy as well because it just means you chat cricket. And in the old days, I learned from Richard Ellison and these guys in the second team at Kent, picking their brains over half a lager or something as he's taking his hand off the bat here. Parkinson, Lord getting a bit of bounce. He is a tall man. There's no run.
They won, right, didn't they? The under-18s?
The under-18s won the national T20 knockout. This was in the championship that Joe was there, and they had a rain-affected game against Sussex on the occasion that Joe was there. But but they won the national T20. There are some good players. There's probably a shortage of seamers. So my instinct would be your injured bowlers, Matt Quinn, Freddie Klassen, these guys. Can you do some work with some of Kent's younger pace bowlers because you've got long-term injuries? So put them to good use as Lord comes in again. So he's down the leg side. No touch on that. There is a leg slip in place. I always thought when Alan Donald was here, we struggle with fast bowlers. We've got one of the best fast bowlers of all time. He's working with the Kent first team, but on a batting day, maybe when you can't do much and there's only so much AD with respect is going to offer to Joe Denley on the batting front, we'll go and find the second team. And I know it does happen a bit, but I think it could happen more. Go and find the under-16s and know all about the bowlers coming through the pathway and kind of plan what's happening with them and put those guys to good use. So going back to Joe, he will do some of that, I know, with the academy this year as the Lord is Ian Shortball Parkinson. Not a tall man, but makes use of the height he has got to ride that one, knock it down for no run. So Joe will work with the academy. Joe, I'm sure when he is playing second team cricket, is a really positive influence in that group. But put him to good use, that transition. Stephen Mullaney has done it well at Nottinghamshire. Was captain, and right in thinking, Dave, that he's working with the second team now. Is he playing in the second team? Stephen Mullaney is kind of number 11 captain, and so it's kind of what Alan Elam did back in the day. It's old school, but to have Stephen Mullaney, what I do at Whitstable in the second team, you're working with young players, you have an experienced head who pulls the strings a little bit, makes sure everybody gets a go, and is there to talk cricket. And I think Joe will be valuable at that, and that's not to write off what he brings on the playing side, because at his best, he's still a very fine player, as he's proved at times this season. And if he can get back to his best and back to full fitness and find some rhythm, he can help Kent win games of cricket. But we do need to bring through the new players, the younger players.
Duffy bowls a full ball, which Everson drives, and you can't just have youngsters. Kent can't just go down and chuck Ben Dawkins, Ekant Singh and Jaden Denley into the team next season. And
that's what Alan Hansen said about Manchester United, Ben. And we're nothing with kids. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And you're right. You need to bring them in at the right time, and have good players around them that can be kind of positive influences. But I think one or two tricks have possibly been missed, and they probably admit that to some extent. But
Duffy, short ball, goes through to the keeper, because as much as Kent have struggled to take 20 wickets this season, and you can probably put that down to injuries as much as other reasons, the batting lineup they've got has ultimately failed far too often for a top 7 that on paper looks good.
Yes, and there are reasons for that, and it's difficult as a batter, because sometimes you get in the mode of, there's been plenty in this pitch. Kent win the toss and have the bowl, and you see a team get 400 again.
Duffy bowls, defended away by Everson. Yeah, because other teams are doing it against Kent,
but
the runs are there.
It can are the runs there, or is the bowling attack, not quite firing? Therefore, that to me looked like a 250 pitch, not a 430 pitch. There was plenty in it. They've won the toss. They've left a bit of grass on it. They've wanted it to do a bit because they need a result. That's my reading of it from 100 yards away, and not having spoken to anyone. But that's what it looked like. And you've won an important toss. You've got the surface you want, and then you go and bowl poorly.
Duffy to Everson, defended away into the offside. They'll scuttle through for a quick single.
And I'd like to think that, I'm sure the bowlers would accept, they bowled collectively, they bowled poorly. And that's not to say they didn't bowl some really good balls, because they did, and at times they looked impressive. When Gilchrist gets it right, he looks like a real top-class bowler. I
thought Jordan was a bit unlucky at times.
Jordan was a bit unlucky, but he's the caveat to his performance is that he's coming back from a side strain, having looked really impressive on debut, but he's coming back from injury, so he's very unlikely with a side strain to run in and hit his straps from ball one, and he didn't, and that set a poor tone, and Notts got away. Garrett bowled really nicely from the Nackington Road end, a couple of really good spells, but again, he's a youngster who's played single figures in terms of first-class matches, and he's trying to find his way.
Duffy bowls, full delivery. Parkinson just about keeps it out.
He could have hit that. As it was coming down, I was thinking that's going to disappear through mid-on, and then I remembered he's rehearsing that shot now.
No ball anyway, so it wouldn't have counted.
He's rehearsing the on-drive, because he fell over that one and clipped it, and it should have gone down the ground. But he is a tail-ender, Matt Parkinson. He's a gutsy one, and he's got stuck in at different times this season, but tall order here.
Yeah, just had some correspondence from one of the Kent fans who's been as Duffy bowls. Parkinson brings the bat in, kind of looking at some of those deficits that Kent have had. Some of the stats Matt was reading out yesterday. Nick was getting in touch with us, looking at kind of average that Kent have been behind in innings and average scores for the other teams. And he was saying that the Kent run rate for a lot of this season has been pretty good. They don't lack for batters who look to score and score quickly, and Compton is obviously the foil to those guys. This one's defended away by Parkinson. Out towards mid-on. I've got an update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. But yeah, my worry and concern would be that Kent normally can do it second time around, but they're just not doing it enough first innings. Yeah, it is a big day, and it could well be the last day that really counts from a Kent point of view in the county championship, because relegation looks ominous the way things are going at the moment. They started out the day no wickets down in their second innings. They are now 6 wickets down. It's been a bit of a cascade in truth, and certainly Nottinghamshire's bowlers have really got on a roll and done fantastically well so far today here at Canterbury. But Kent's batters will certainly be bemoaning a couple of shot selections and choices that they have made. Mayeye, the first man out for 60, followed by Compton for 32, but then leaning for naught. Denley chased a wide one and was out for 8. Finch also for naught. Drummond was bowled by Duffy for 21. So Kent very much on the brink of being relegated as things stand, and it may well be an innings defeat unless they can get 71 more runs to bring things to parity. So commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Say to your smart speaker as well, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire, Day 3. Driven away by Everson, back to the bowler. So yeah, I'm going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle, but yeah, just leave that with you, Dave Fulton. The fact that, you know, on paper this Kent batting lineup looks good enough to me in this division, and often they have showed in second innings that they are good enough, but they have 9, I think it is, batting bonus points this season, which just shows how much they've struggled in first innings in particular.
So here's Rob Lord down the hill, but a bounce left alone by Joey Everson, thanks to Ben Watts. I think a really good point that listener brought our attention to, those kind of first innings deficits, not enough runs, and we made the point across the course of the first 2 days that Lancashire at Old Trafford, the only side not to have posted 400 against Kent in the first innings of a championship match. That's a pretty damning indictment of the bowling effort. As Lord is in, and this one is turned into the leg side. He want 2, and he's going to have to hurry. Throw comes in, and direct hit, and they all go up. What a great bit of work that was. That was that Sammy King, the 12th man? Oh no, he's down. He's at square leg. But what a throw that was that came in. Direct hit, knocked 2 stumps out. Everson just got back. Would have loved to have seen that on a replay, Dave.
I think it's Jacob Duffy, and what a morning he's had already with the ball.
It's knocking stumps out at both ends. A very good morning to you, sir.
Very good morning, boss. How are we?
Yeah, I'm well. I mean, I don't like to.
Does this hurt you?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Of course it does. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a Kent player and former captain, and desperately want this side to do well, and don't like what I've seen this year from afar mostly, and what I've seen over the course of these days. And I feel for the players, and I feel for the coaching staff. You know, Matt Walker, one of my best friends, he's effectively paid with his job for this season, and that, you know, I feel gutted for him and the players. As short and pulling is Everson, and he's picked out. King's on that deep square fence, so just be a single. And I know how hard they work. I know what a good bunch of lads they are. And when I say, you know, kind of a sad indictment of their bowling effort, that's probably their bowling performance. Their effort has been there. I think that's what you do get from this Kent side. You know they're wholehearted. You know that they will give it their all. Their all just hasn't been good enough at this level. They've been found wanting. There have been mitigating factors, injuries, form, all those things. But when you think of the damp start we had to the summer and some of the low scores around the traps, you know, every team has come against Kent and put 400 bar 1. And that just isn't good enough as Lord bowls to Parkinson. 3 slips in place and a short leg, and this one down the leg side. He has nothing to do with it, and that concludes the over. 140 for 6. But my question to you, Dave, as someone that's watched Nottinghamshire for a good 85 years or whatever, is that you have seen Nottinghamshire win championships and get relegated within the space of a few years. I think you won in 2005, you go down in 2006.
That's right,
and you win again in, 2010, was it?
Yeah.
2010. So, you know, going down to Division 2, it's not like, as we said, I think yesterday or day one, the Premier League, where you go down to the Championship, never to be seen again. You can bounce back, you can use it as a reset, as a reminder that, you know, to keep your feet on the ground and work hard, and you can use the second division to bounce back with some form, with some younger players, with a slightly different outlook, and use it to good effect.
Yeah, very good point. Here's Lyndon James taken over then from Jacob Duffy. 3 wickets this morning for the New Zealander. Lyndon James got one from the far end and bowls exactly that. The couple of times in the last 5-6 years that Notts have gone down either side of COVID, they've managed to regroup, and I know it's nice to be in Division 1, the top level, the top tier, and for young players to come in and challenge themselves against the best players around the country. But the other side of that is you're throwing youngsters in there against the Surreys that are getting blown away by the Worrells and the Roaches at the Oval, and Harmer at Essex and so on, as another no ball is sent down, this time by Lyndon James. But for the members and for the young players, it's nice to have a few wins to breed confidence with some of those young players. I'm not saying Division 2 is a breeze, because the sides that are going to be in there next year, Gloucestershire, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Northants, Glamorgan, etc., they're going to provide a challenge, but it does it does in a sense give you an opportunity to have a season where you are competitive, not looking at the table for 6 months and realising you're firmly stuck in the bottom two, as an inside edge here by Everson just goes through on the bounce to Schardendorf. 142 for 6. And Sussex are the prime example. They've had a couple of 3 really lean years, and they've chucked a whole barrel load of youngsters in there, haven't they? And they've sort of struggled in the second, and then had a little bit of a resurgence. And this year, at the moment, well, they're topping the table and look like winning the title. Yeah,
and they were very good in the blast.
Lyndon James again, passed on by Shan Mugan, nicely defended by Kent's first innings top scorer, Joey Everson, who's on 5.
Yeah, Sussex would be one of the clubs that I'd be looking at. I think you can look at best practice at a lot of places and kind of piece together what works for you. Best form of flattery is imitation, or something like that. They're saying, I think there's only so many ways to skin the cat, and actually the young players and investing in and then taking a slightly longer term view of it might be needed here.
James bowls, Everson whips him away on the leg side. There'll be a single. 143 for 6. Luke Wells has got his century at Old Trafford. Lancashire haven't lost a wicket this morning. 335 for 7, leading Somerset by 329. So at the moment it looks as if Lancashire are going to move further away from Kent, and if they can go on and win that, they'll still have a hope of overhauling Notts next week. Notts won't be safe if both Lancashire and Nottinghamshire win. What it may well do, though, is
track someone else in.
I think Warwickshire are too far away. They're about 45, 46 away, with only 48 available. Okay. So this is pushed into the offside.
They couldn't have got many points from this.
Well, they didn't they? They didn't. But of course, what it also may do is confirm the destiny of the county championship title, either later today or tomorrow, because Durham are 64 for 5 at the Oval, still trailing Surrey by 90 or so. So if Somerset lose and Surrey won, that's going to be done and dusted. 143 for 6. That's Lyndon James with a strong leg side field, bowls a short ball that goes through to the keeper. One person I was keen to notice this morning between overs here, Luke Fletcher, not on the field, not expected to play further part in the game. Bit of a side niggle. Right. Shame, certainly a shame if it's going to be his last game for Notts. Notts have got 2 sub-fielders that we've seen both on the field this morning. Number 1, Sammy King. Number 22, Liam Patterson-White. The strength and conditioning coach, Liam Price, who, as far as I know, hasn't been on the field for Notts, is wearing Fletcher's his next man up. He's wearing Fletcher's kit. He has been doing a couple of laps with an orange bib on, wearing the full kit. He's doing the full John Terry with Fletcher's kit on, if we can see him.
His lord, he's got a couple of slips into Everson, who drives, doesn't get it quite where he wants it, dragged it a bit to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, it takes me back to that 2002 game at Hove when we had our physio on, because we lost a couple to football the night before. Mark Elam and Alan Wells, I think, went, and our physio came on, who was a first-class cricketer, albeit a keeper, and he dropped Murray Goodwin at backward point. Probably shouldn't have had him at backward point, my fault, but he went on to get 170, save a game. But we were dominating across the first 2 days, and we ended up missing out on the championship to Surrey, which was painful. As this one hits Everson on the pad, always sliding down the leg side, and there'll be a leg bye to the total. I've got the table of 2014 up. We were talking about the kind of the differences between playing 1, Division 1 and Division 2. Can you remember the 2014 season? 10 years ago, Yorkshire won the championship. Any idea where Nottinghamshire finished in 2014?
Just above the drop zone.
That was 4th. It was a pretty decent season. But the reason I mention it, and to put it into some sort of context, this Kent season, which is arguably the worst on record, given the blast, we were bottom, and the championship, we're bottom of Division 1. So Lord comes in and defending is Parkinson. I've mentioned it already this week, but Northants, I remember being at the Cricket Riders Club the year before, congratulating the teams that had got promoted and had won trophies. And I said, well done to Northants for their promotion. Their 2014 season was played 16, lost 12, drew 4, win 0, point 79, and that was in a 16-game season, 79 points. And that was the year I did the Northants Awards. That was a tough gig. But my point being that you can get promoted and find life tough, and as much as it seems brilliant to get back up in Division 1, if you're not ready for it, it can bite you. And similarly, if you go down to Division 2, Hampshire won Division 2 in 2014, came up, have done pretty well since, I think. So it can be a springboard for better things, relegation. So Lord is driving there, is Parkinson. Much like in the first innings, he's none from quite a lot of balls. I think it was none from something like 26 balls in the first innings before.
Was it the 29th one he got out on?
Yeah. Was he naught? Did he get a single?
29.
Did he get a single?
No, naught.
No, he was naught.
And his brother was out first ball yesterday, opened the innings. I don't know if you saw that.
Did see
Durham
that,
sent him out as night watch when he was out first ball of the innings.
Well, I'm quite pleased to see that, not him get a naught as such, but that an opening batsman gets a night watcher, because normally that doesn't happen. As Parkinson ducks under that one. Always struck me as slightly strange in that your numbers 3 and 4 and 5 were kind of highly valued, and that with 3 overs to go, a night watchman would wander out. But as an opening batter, if there were 2 overs left in the day, it was like, that's your job, lads, out you wander. So tough being an opener.
I've seen Harry Gurney go out for Notts with 1 over to go and open, and I've seen Fletch do it at Lords, coming off the back of a 50 going into 11.
Following on.
I don't think they did follow on.
There's Lord, short ball again, so might waste their time a little bit banging into Parkinson. He's quite a diminutive figure and he ducks very low. But, he trying to push him back.
They got 50. He got 50 at 11 in the morning, then they bowled Middlesex out through the day. There was time for just 1 over, and he went out and opened the batting with the Mead, survived the over and got 50 the next morning.
Okay.
And the Sats leapt on that,
Yes,
saying he was the first player in first-class history to get a 50 in each innings in that order, 50 at 11 and 50 at 1 not out. Liam Price in the Fletcher uniform has just gone below us, walking around the boundary edge. Lyndon James bowls, and this is helped into the offside.
It's not meant disrespectfully to Big Fletch, but that shirt looks better on Price. As most strength and conditioning coaches are. He's a strong-looking fella.
He'd love a go. I'm sure.
Does he play?
I don't think so, no.
Well, I think if you were going to be introduced onto the field of play as a strength and conditioning coach, 144 for 6, the team following on might be the time. Big bucket hands.
James again, 144 for 6, 11:45. Will we get lunch today is the question, as this is defended. You weren't here right at the start of the day. I know you were getting drinks and all the rest of it, and you were here on the ground, but you wouldn't have heard me say this morning I was watching Notts, just having the throwdowns, having a bit of a chat, getting the wherewithal on Luke Fletcher and whatever. And Asiba Mead was in the nets. I've told this story once, so apologies to the listeners, but you didn't hear it. And Asiba Mead was facing the throwdowns from Peter Moores and Ant Boter, and plinking it here and plinking it there, and everything as James bowls. Goes through to Schardendorf on the bounce, and Moores said to me, "Hear that? It doesn't sound very good." Plink, plink, and he says, he's started doing this, a superstitious thing, taking a broken bat into the nets. Because it feels when he gets out there in the middle and he times one nicely and it sounds beautiful. The mental thing from plinking it in the nets to being elegant out there, but it's not recommended for everybody.
Well, I can see the logic in it though.
Lyndon James, past umpire Shan Mugan, again left alone by Joey Everson, who's on 6.
What I would say is you don't really want to take your best bat into the nets, because you'd be devastated if you broke it. Batters are superstitious by nature. Many are. I wasn't for much of my career, although I had my moments. Generally, when I didn't know where my next run was coming from, superstitions started to appear. But I think there is some logic in that. So they'd certainly have a net bat that wasn't as good, but that was more to preserve the life of the belting bat that you'd use in the middle. But if it helps psychologically, all good.
James again on a lovely morning. Weather-wise, this has turned up to mid-on, fielded by Rob Lawn. He did a piece with Joe Clark at the start of the season when he started 100 in the first match, 100 in the second match, double 100 in the third, and talked to him about, is the one, yes, I've got my number 1 bat, that is my match bat, that is my pride and joy. I've got a number 2 that replicates it, that is there for emergencies should anything ever happen to the number 1, and then I've got a net bat, and they are my 3 that I generally take to away games.
Well, Trevor Ward, formerly of this parish, of course.
Did he have all the big grips?
So probably, I can't remember the grips as such, but what I do remember, especially as I was a young player who was more established, he'd get about 10 bats to my 2 from Gray Nichols. We were both sponsored.
144 for 6. Next ball, again just eased into the offside by Joey Everson. Good stuff from Lyndon James this morning. A couple of helmets come on the field, so I wonder if we're going to get the young whiz to come on for the first time today. I think we are at the far end. 144 for 6. Kent began the morning 85 without loss, and they've succumbed a little bit this morning. 3 wickets to Jacob Duffy, 2 to Rob Lord, and 1 to Lyndon James.
Yeah, still trailing by 62 to make Nottinghamshire a bat again. So Trevor would have all these bats, and he'd have them labelled W for Wardy, W1, no, WW1, that was Wardy's white ball bat 1, Wardy's white ball.
Bilal Shafayat, who was our first class umpire, and they got Bilal to present his cap on his debut, say a few nice words.
It's a nice touch when we were playing against Bilal. This one is played back down the pitch. Parkinson 0 from 20, maybe first target for Parky to bat more balls than he faced in the first innings. But that test in Sri Lanka where Graham Thorpe, God rest his soul, played that innings where I think he didn't hit a boundary and was on course for 100 without hitting a boundary. I think he might have hit 1 in the end as Parkinson defends. There's something intriguing about those kind of bizarre stats, and if Parkinson could bat for I know you're probably keen to get on the road, Dave, but if he bats for till tea and he's yet to get off the mark, it would be something to behold.
Well, what is it like in the dressing room when you're in this situation? You won't have been there that many times, but you'll have been there a few times, I'm sure. Where a day and a half to go, and it's pretty much futile. Are you angry with somebody who plays a reckless shot, or are you all philosophical, let's have a day off? Or?
I don't think so. I think your professional pride means that you're trying to give a fist of it. You're certainly psychologically, you're trying to do the right thing for your fans, for your team.
Lyndon James comes in to bowl to Everson, clips it on the leg side, smartly picked up by Freddie McCann, who's had a pretty good game in the field. We've not seen him bowl yet, and dipped out with the bat really, but he's been a live wire in the field. He's put 1 down, but has caught a couple. Yeah,
caught Joe Denley this morning, pretty straightforward one, but still got to be taken.
Lyndon James in again, bowling, and it's just a seam away and run to backward point by Everson, and first run for a wee while gets Parkinson down to the far end. I think he's going to check his guard with umpire Shan Mugan.
Might just subdue the scoring. Parkinson back on strike. I think it's a bit like footballers at the end of a long season. If you're kind of mid-table, they talk about being on the beach, don't they? If you're kind of 12th and you're not playing for anything.
There's James. This is whipped away by Parkinson, so he's got runs, hence the cheer. In fact, he's only going to get a single.
It's a big ripple.
Turned it out towards the aim stand, fielded by Ben Slater, and the floppy sun out, and a run, 146
for 6. Biggest round of applause of the morning. Slightly ironic from the Kent faithful. They certainly won't be cheering Nottinghamshire wickets, so that an ironic round of applause for Parky.
Just 1 slip. McCann's still in there catching mid-wicket. This is defended. Just 1 result so far from this round of matches, with Essex completing a very quick pummelling of Warwickshire at Edgbaston, but Middlesex on the brink now. They've got Derbyshire 113 for 9 at Derby. And obviously one more wicket required. Derbyshire still over 70 away from making Middlesex bat again. This one wide of the off stump out into the deep. It fell short of Farhan Ahmed. Everson playing away from his body, and that's how he got out in the first innings, hitting one out.
He did. Came with 9 down at that point. Yeah. He was trying to force the issue, wasn't he? Farhan Ahmed saw him coming down the wicket, threw a wide one, and he kind of sliced it, middled it, but went all the way out to deep point. That was kind of up there and out there, and he just threw the hands at it, and again sliced it to nearly a master stroke from Mead and Nottinghamshire.
This ball is pushed back to the bowler. Is it the end of the over? It is. 147. We've got the snooker maximum up there. David Fulton's highest snooker break, 147 for 6.
Parkey was right behind that one, wasn't he? He'd scored his bucket full of runs for that over. He was solidly behind it back down the pitch. To go back to your question about the kind of mood in the dressing room, I think when you've got something to fight for and play for, you give it your all. But Kent know they're gone. You know, Nottinghamshire need one more point from this season to make it impossible for Kent to avoid relegation. So, yeah. Kent are going down. They know that. You know, they would like, I'm sure, the individuals in question. If you're Joey Everson playing against your former club, you want to make a bit of a statement, and if you can finish with 150 and remind your former employees what you're all about, then I'm sure he'd enjoy that. But if he gets out of the Kent, colleague's going to be gutted. I would suspect not. Here's Farhan Ahmed, who's over the wicket, and he's being played quietly by the aforementioned Everson up to long on. They take a single, and the field will come in now that Parkinson is on strike. The leg slip and the short leg gully perhaps. 3 men round the bat. Hasiba Mead catching mid-wicket. Farhan Ahmed was round the wicket. He's now chosen to come over the wicket. Maybe there's a silly point, is there? No, 2 short legs. So 3 helmets on the field, 4 if you include the keepers. And Freddie McCann is just putting the helmet and the box in. So he's leg slip, he's in really close there. 2 short legs, a slip and a catching mid-wicket. They get a single and they'll all have to disappear again. Ahmed sweeping is Parkey, and he's hit it high, and he almost picked out the man at deep square leg. Is that Duffy down there? I think it is. And that would have been a hell of a way to get out. So Parkey, having broken the shackles with the single in the previous over, decides to launch a slog sweep. He middled that, and he needed to, because Duffy was back there, probably 10-15 yards off the rope, and it was in his vicinity, but actually hit it well enough to get over him. So Parkinson, with a rare aggressive shot, picks up 4. And he's back to Moore. Straight to short leg, who shied at the stumps. It was interesting. You see the Lancashire run out that wasn't yesterday. There was a bit of a kerfuffle down there at Old Trafford. Was up there at Old Trafford. It was bizarre because it looked out for all money, didn't it? As Farhan Ahmed is in again and sweeping once more, and he's going to get another boundary. This beats the man at 45, who's James, I think, who's been bowling. Decided not to dive for that one. So 2 boundaries in this over for a slightly run drunk Matt Parkinson.
You can only call it as you see it, and yes, it probably should have been seen, almost certainly should have been seen, but I have a little bit of tolerance level for the umpires. There's a lot going on, and you must be tempted. You know, there was an appeal towards the standing umpire's end, and you know, just maybe his eye was diverted, and I don't think it would have been expected.
Oh, he's gone. That is a beautiful bit of work from Freddie McCann. Dave Bracegirdle talking about how he didn't really impact the game with the bat, and he hasn't had anything to do with the ball, but he's taken some smart catches, and that the best of the lot. It was Farhan Ahmed down the leg side, and instinctively the batter looked to whip it. It turned a bit, came off the face of the bat straight to the leg slip. So Kent lose their 7th. Parkinson, after a couple of boundaries in that over, has gone for 9, and Kent are 156 for 7.
Yeah, what was the phrase you used immediately before it? Getting a little bit run drunk. Yeah, just tried to whip one away, didn't he? Maybe if he'd been in blocking mode as he has been for the last half an hour or so, or 20 minutes, then he might have played it differently. But a good catch low down by McCann. The decision just to call him up in there at backward short leg, fully vindicated. We're knocking on the door of 12 o'clock. A little bit more from David Fulton, then Ben Watts, and then I'll be back in a mo.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire really impressive this morning. Seamers doing their thing, and young Farhan Ahmed now coming to the party as he did in the first innings. Good aggressive field set. And they are waiting for Akeem Jordan, who strides out 81 on his back. Played pretty nicely in the first innings. More than useful lower order batter, but this task looking well beyond Kent. Still another 52 required to make Nottinghamshire bat again, and they have lost 7 wickets, Ben, in this session.
Yeah, it's been about as disastrous as it could have got, really, from a Kent point of view. I think many of the supporters who have turned out today, and there's a decent crowd in fairness, considering this might be the day that Kent are relegated. Could be the last day of cricket that the members see here at Canterbury this season. A few of them have turned out, and I think most of them would have expected that Kent would put up a bit more of a fight than this. It's been a pretty dreary collapse from 88 without loss to 156 for 7. As Jordan defends away this first one from Farhan Ahmed. I like this field though from Notts. Super aggressive. 2 men under helmets in front of square on the onside, as Farhan's looking to turn the ball down the slope. And then you've got the leg gully as well. He's just taken that catch. Good captaincy.
Yeah, he's done well, Hamid. I mean, it's nice when you're in a position of strength when you've got 433 on a pitch, which shouldn't have yielded that many, and there's things happening. But he's pulled the strings well. He's rotated his seamers nicely. He took Jacob Duffy off early in the piece when it wasn't happening for him at the Nackington Road end in the first inning, switched his end. And Freddie McCann is going to be rewarded for that catch with a little trundle. He's, I think, left arm spinners. Was he an off spinner? He's an offie. He bats left-handed, but an off spinner. So double spin. How will Joey Everson approach this against his former colleagues?
Yeah, and I guess what you're saying about Hasib Hamid being able to go with that bold field setting, flip that on its head for what Daniel Bell-Drummond's had this season. This one's defended away, and say, well, when have Kent ever been in a position where the captain has been able to be bold and set the game up and the scoreboard's been in their favour? It just hasn't happened all season long, as Everson drives out to Sammy King, the 12th man.
Yeah, it does limit your hand when your bowlers aren't quite at it.
Turned away into the onside by Joey Everson. Yeah, well, you get skilled out for a below par first innings score, etc. This one turned away once again by Everson. End of the over, Kent. After a maiden over from McCann. 156 for 7. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, as Ahmed will continue. I mean, you guys have obviously been watching him in the flesh, but from watching the live stream from home over the last couple of days, he looks like a real talent, this lad. He was certainly getting some turn on this wicket.
Yeah, England under 19, younger brother of Rehan Ahmed. He's highly rated. 10 for on debut against Surrey. Doesn't get much better than that, but he's got 4 men round the bat and a catching mid-wicket as well as Jordan faces up. And he just gets the bat down. On this one, there's no run.
Jordan going back and slamming it into the ground.
Yeah, I can't believe that Akeem Jordan's going to hang around here for too long, pushing and prodding. He'll give it a bit of long handle in a minute. Reverse sweep, in fact, and he's going to get a boundary. Nice shot.
Very nicely played. Yeah, looking like it might be the last day of cricket at Canterbury this season with the way things are going. Kent would be relegated as well. They are on course for defeat, 160 for 7 now here against Nottinghamshire. Still 52, well they were 52 runs behind. That's now dropped to 48 thanks to a reverse sweep for 4 from Akeem Jordan, the overseas player, the new batter. But all of Kent's top 7 batters, other than Joey Everson, who's still there, have been dismissed this morning. Matt Parkinson, the latest one, with Fahan Ahmed, the 16-year-old spinner, having him caught at short leg gully into the onside. So Kent's batters have all come and gone. Mayeye out for 60 early on, set the tone, unfortunately, when he went after a good stand of 88 without loss that Kent resumed overnight between him and Ben Compton. But wickets have fallen regularly, and unfortunately Kent are very much on the brink of going down. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website, if you can indeed bear it, or you can ask your smart speaker, say ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire day 3. Turned away then by Everson into the onside. Kent getting through the over unscathed so far. That reverse sweep 4 from Jordan and then a single each.
Can you ask BBC Sounds to give Kent a few more points?
Well, that'd be nice,
does it play ball?
Yeah, that would be nice. 162 for 7 then as Ahmed is in. Jordan defends into the offside. End of the over. I think Dave Bracegirdle is going to come back and join us in a moment.
Dave Bracegirdle is going to jump back on right now, I think. Or is he in a second? He's loitering with intent, I think. He's got one song. I think he likes the song.
I think they forgot him.
Yeah, he's going to be back shortly, and he can tell us all about how Freddie McCann operates. He's nearly got in the wicket column there as Everson just edged it past slip. It was on the back foot, probably could have been forward.
I think you're right. It was the fact that he didn't come forward with any urgency there, Everson.
Just like to see Joey Everson in full Darren Stevens mode. Just almost go, you know what, I'm just going to have some fun.
Yeah.
Because he's dug Kent out, or tried to dig Kent out of holes time and time again as McCann is in once more. A little bit of spin, he thinks about a single, decides against. And it's almost like you'd love him to be in a position, I said this yesterday, to walk out to bat at kind of number 6, Kent 300 for 4, with a licence to play his shots. There's a Queen I Want to break free, ringing in our ears. It's just stopped, but I'm sure that is what Joey Everson is thinking right now.
That was what I always liked about watching Darren Stevens, that Kent might be under the pump, but he'd still come out and play shots and look to put pressure back on.
And he does exactly that, Everson. He's going to get just the one. It was a attempted slog sweep. He got a bit of a bottom edge, dragged it past short leg, and it went out to Rob Lord, who's on the long leg fence. But, yeah, and there were occasions, and many occasions, when Darren Stevens in this situation would suddenly smoke 100 and the fellow up the other end would get 9 or 10, and all of a sudden it could change the complexion of a game. And not suggesting that that's going to happen here, or that Joey Everson is going to produce a Darren Stevens-like special, but he has got more in his locker than just digging Kent out of holes. So interesting to see which way he plays. At the moment it's circumspectly, just turns that into the leg side. And that concludes the overs, which are whistling by at the moment. I think not conscious of their over rate. It's -4, and they will lose points for that. So they're just trying to, while they can, sometimes you can go bang bang with the seamers. I remember doing it in 2002. We beat Lancashire by an innings, and Amjad and Marlon Saggers and Ben Trott cleaned up Lancashire. We won inside 3 days by an innings and some, and we got docked a couple of points because of our over rate, which I felt was harsh.
It does seem a bit ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we could have, when they were 8 down, just gone with the spinners, but that seemed almost like taking the mickey out of the game.
So here's Fahan Ahmed to Akeem Jordan, defends it away. Yeah, like you say, you finish a game, win by an innings inside 3
distance.
days.
And the game's dominated by seam, so you keep them going, and
Yeah.
of course that can, especially when the wickets are falling and blokes are walking 100 yards in between deliveries to come out to bat, can slow things up. But anyway, I'm going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle. We Kent very much on the break, 166 for 7.
Thank you, David Fulton, former King captain, with us this week here at Canterbury as Akeem Jordan goes back to this delivery from Fahan Ahmed, and drives it back up to the bowler, who's coming around the wicket, bowling his off spin. There's an air of confidence about him which is far beyond his years, the 16-year-old. Here he comes. Jordan clips him away out towards the short mid-wicket. Hasib Hamid, the captain.
They forgot me, Ben. They forgot me in the news.
How could they forget you when Notts are playing this well?
Yeah.
Outrageous.
So I had to wait for a song. I Want to Break Free by Queen.
Was it?
It was.
We had exactly the same song. It's turned away into the onside. Somebody somewhere has been... No, to be honest, I think it's more that somebody from BBC Music has said, right, every local radio station must play this song at this time, and they followed orders for once.
First song after midday, right across the BBC network.
Seemingly so.
Give Queen a few royalties, they need them.
Farhan Ahmed bowls to Akeem Jordan, plays defensively into the offside. And then the fielder that picked the ball up has thrown it back to the bowler and then scampered off to go man the boundary in front of the Les Ames stand, because Notts want to give Jordan the strike.
That's Ben. Bens do strange things, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes. Slater, the man you're referring to in this instance, as Jordan drives up towards long on instead for a single, 167 for 7. I feel like Ben Slater often scores runs when I'm watching, and obviously I wasn't here, but I was watching from home a fair bit of that 100 that he scored in the first innings. Used to get runs for Kent against Derbyshire, or when he played for Derbyshire. Has done so for Notts as well.
Yeah, offered up a relatively simple chance on 41. It was put down and got 160. Fine margins.
Couldn't believe Jalini didn't drop that.
No.
Jalini never drops catches.
There's Freddie McCann from our end of the ground, the pavilion end, and Jordan goes for the big mow and ends up just dragging it on the leg side to the skipper, who lobs it straight back to McCann. Comes in again and bowls, and this time he's got hold of it. There's cries of catch out in the deep, and it's out of our eye line, and Notts aren't celebrating, so it has eluded the fielder and gone for 4. There's a bit of the ground we can't quite see, the overhang of whatever stand this is. Is a Cowdrey stand or a Notts stand or an
Frank Woolley,
Fulton stand.
Fulton stand. He doesn't have one of those.
Away
the Underwood
for 4.
Knot is that way, the other side of us, and then the Cowdrey is the other side of the Frank Woolley.
Nice blow. Freddie McCann bowls again and pushed into the offside. They take a sharp single. Freddie McCann whips it into Shardendorf, but they get home. The issue with the scorers not changing the over rate until intervals means that although it's still showing as Notts -4, I'm guessing they've received from the umpires an updated version of that, hence why we've got spin at both ends, just rushing through these overs here, Freddie and Farhan. Next ball is just blocked, 172 for 7. Would be nice to have an accurate figure, but I assume they'll keep these on until the job is done. Next one's just dropped on the leg side. Good morning for Notts. It was 85 without loss, and I don't think anybody saw that coming. Pretty much something that I said in the first session of the match when Notts were 130 odd for none at lunch on the first morning. 172 for 7 here as Freddie McCann comes out of his third over, none for 9 boundary in that one.
I guess it's a good cricket wicket in the sense that although Kent had that good partnership at the back end of the day, and even to an extent Notts were well set, weren't they, and Kent managed to wrap things up fairly quickly in the end of the back end of the innings. There has been something in it for bowlers. We saw Farhan getting spin on day 2, and there was seam movement off the pitch as well.
Have you mentioned the Division 2 results, Ben?
No, has there been some?
Two matches have just finished
exciting.
in the next moment, in the last minute or two.
Well, let us know after this delivery, as Ahmed is defended away by Jordan.
So in Division 2, Sussex, the table toppers, have defeated Gloucestershire by an innings and 7 runs. I'm not sure the mathematicians amongst you, including Ben, may know if that's sealed the title.
Sussex, if they win.
Sussex have won.
They're up then. They're definitely up. I don't know if it's the title.
For Horn Bowls, next one is played down the ground. for a single, and third placed Middlesex going into this round of matches because they lost to Gloucestershire last week. They've bounced back with an innings victory over Derbyshire at Derby. They've won by an innings and 66, while Derbyshire out for 119. So pressure on Yorkshire to keep up their second place. Still in play down at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Is this your end or mine? Yours, I think.
It is. It's driven back towards the bowler.
Yorkshire 193 for 6 in their second innings. That's a lead of 316 over Glamorgan. You never know with Glamorgan, do you? It's somebody like Colin Ingram or Sam Northeast goes in and they can chase anything on their day.
Oh. Comes in and stops.
Don't know whether it wasn't set right in Farhan Ahmed's hands or what, but he didn't release it.
Going to try again then. In and bowls. Defended away into the onside by Joey Everson. Well, Sussex have managed to wrap things up pretty quickly then today.
Lancashire haven't lost a wicket today. They're 380 for 7. Luke Wells into 3 figures now.
Defended away then once more by Everson into the onside.
Unusual start time at Trent Bridge for the ODI today of 12:30. Harry Brooks skippering England for the first time. He's won the toss and England will bat first against the Aussies in Nottingham.
That is a random time, 12:30. So Everson comes forward and drives square of the wicket and gets a single out to the man at deep cover, so we'll keep the strike. 174 for 7.
A man who has a Kent and a Nottinghamshire background of sorts. Ben Duckett is playing for England, born in Kent. Plays for Notts, of course. England side, Phil Saltbone, Ben Duckett, Will Jacks, Harry Brook, the skipper, Jamie Smith, the wicketkeeper, Liam Livingston, Jacob Bethel, Bryden Cars, Jofra Archer, returning to England's international ranks, Matty Potts and Adil Rashid. England batting at Trent Bridge. There's Freddie McCann, 44 on his back. Bowls to Akeem Jordan, who's got... no, it's not. It's Joey Everson who's got hold of this and helps it out towards the grass bank away to our right for 6. It's a lovely shot from Joey Everson. Down on one knee. There was a touch of Caribbean flair about that, so I was expecting it to be Jordan, but he, like the rest of us, was looking on, admiring the quality of that shot. Ball's not been found. There it is in the seats. Didn't quite make the grass bank and it's been thrown back. So 180 on the board for Kent. 180 for 7. They require 28 more to make Notts bat again. They require 15 minutes of batting to extend this into an afternoon session as this is pushed back to Freddie McCann. Of course, that won't speed up the over rate, will it? Fetching the ball back from far-flung places. He's been hit for a 4 and a 6 in his last couple of overs, Freddie McCann, who bowls now, floated up there, and a single taken by Everson, who moves on to 20. Lovely day, really pleasant day. It's threatened on days 1 and 2 to be really nice, but the cloud has hung around and sort of spoilt it a little bit. Although, to be perfectly honest, we were able to see from the commentary box. It's a little tricky right now. Sun streaming in as Freddie McCann, who's got 2 first-class wickets from his first 3 appearances, tosses it up there, and Jordan blocks. He's not bowled that many overs, but capable of doing a good job. He bowls now, and that one does turn back into the right-handed Jordan, who's on 14 from 22, just blocks this one. And we've got 1 ball left in the 47th over. He's in now and bowls, and it's hit back to him, and Notts will quickly rush around. An over completed in less than 2 minutes, so at least 13 minutes to go to lunch, and the moment we'll go for that interval. I just wonder if Kent lose another wicket and they're 8 down. Certainly if they lose 2 wickets and they're 9 down, the session would be extended. Sometimes they agree to extend it if a side is 8 down. We'll have to see.
Just got an email, kentcricket@gmail.com, from Keith, Thanks, Keith, who's getting in touch. His title of the email is just called Pain. Pain ... So that probably sums up how most Kent fans are feeling, with the team on the brink of relegation. It will be that they're swapping with Sussex today for next season, as Farhan Ahmed is defended away here by Joey Everson, who's on 20, 14 for Jordan.
But just imagine swapping positions with Sussex this time next year as Division 2 champions, Kent. It'll all be worth it in the end, Keith.
I mean, that will be quite something. As Farhan bowls, defended away by Joey Everson. I think you'd have to say that whoever doesn't go up out of Yorkshire and Middlesex, and whoever else goes down, which is probably Lancashire, well, most of you listening are Notts fans, I'm going to say Lancashire. You'd have to say those two probably are the favourites to go up next year, as this one's defended away by Joey Everson, considering the manner in which Kent have struggled to compete. It feels like it would be a pretty impressive turnaround for them to get back on their own 2 feet after being knocked down this season, for them to come straight back up.
Helicopter very low at the far end.
Yeah, it is, over the Nackington Road end, beyond the trees, as this one's driven away by Joey Everson for a single.
See Canterbury from the air.
And see a bit more of the sky now from the cloudy start that we had to the day. Still a little bit hazy, but the sun is up and out there. Farhan Ahmed is going to bowl to Hakeem Jordan. 182 for 7. I think in the smallest of consolation prizes, perhaps, as Jordan manages to get an inside edge into the onside. It'll be nice if Kent don't lose by an innings, and Kent trail by 25 runs now.
Something like that, yeah. Hakeem Jordan's not going to block his way to lunch, that's for certain.
No. Of course, that is 10 minutes away, isn't it?
Yeah. Are we on for the roast beef again today?
I don't know. It's a good question. Farhan Ahmed bowls down the leg side. I'm going to message and ask.
Into the over, 183 for 7. Other roast dinners are available.
Not on the ground, in fairness, but well, it might be a different meat today that's being served up in the Canterbury Pavilion.
Jordan 15, Everson 21.
You've lucked out, Dave, coming this week.
Yeah.
It's normally just a meal deal.
Yeah, had a sandwich on the first day. Overrate is level. It's just changed, and I'm guessing that is
Job done, then.
Behest of the umpires. Pop it on the board so we know. There is Freddie McCann. Can start taking wickets now, Fred. Now you've got it down to 0. Turns this on the leg side, does Jordan. Comes down 4 paces and is immediately sent back by Joey Everson, who spreads his arm and his bat out wide as if to say, what are you doing? Because Jordan hit it straight to Hamid and set off. Joey had to send him back. McCann in again off 2 paces, and this is driven to Jacob Duffy at wide-ish mid-off. Like the look of Master Duffy this morning with what I saw.
Oh yeah, he bowled well, didn't he? When he gets on a roll,
Yeah.
it looks like a wicket-taking threat.
Kept going. A one-handed drive down the ground from Jordan this time.
And we saw, different types of wickets as well.
Yeah.
Nicked off, leaning with a bit of extra bounce, and then
Well, Millet with the bouncer, that was the first
Yeah,
one, wasn't it?
absolutely,
Went
and then
straight up in the air.
cleaned up Bell Drummond with a fuller one.
Freddie McCann bowls. This one is left alone. A late bailout from Joey Everson, deciding not to play it, and you can perhaps hear from the oohs and the ahs that it was fairly close just to lifting off a bail. 184 for 7. There ought to be a music combo, the oohs and the ahs, if there isn't one out there already. There may be. The oohs and the ahs. Have you got that latest CD, Ben? 185 for 7. So Kent have scored 100 this morning. Put up the bunting. 100 runs. They've lost 7 wickets though, as the 101st run of the session is turned on the leg side by Hakeem Jordan, who goes to 17.
I don't think it's necessarily bunting sort of mood around Canterbury today. It's more It's the the funeral march song.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Here comes those Canterbury Tours helicopters again.
Yeah,
Singular.
It doesn't look like the rescue.
Don't seem to be in a hurry, do they? Down there is where Geoffrey Chaucer wrote his book. Down there is the route that Ben comes in every morning.
Yeah, that's out towards the coast, I think, that way. So around the wicket comes Fahan Ahmed then. To Jordan, who defends, because they're getting through so many overs so quickly at the moment. We've still got 6 minutes until lunch. Might get a couple more in after this.
What's the nearest coastal town? Margate?
Whitstable from here, I think.
Ooh.
Possibly.
Home of the oyster.
Yeah, lovely place. Defended away here by Jordan.
Sell Whitstable to me without mentioning oysters. It's just a nice place full of nice people.
Just a nice spot.
Said a spokesman for the Whitstable Tourist Board.
Yeah, absolutely. I went there. I can't remember when I went actually. Went to see some friends. It would have been when my son was still quite a diddy baby. So yeah, we went and met with some friends and went and had fish and chips by the harbour or something along those lines, and walked down the high street. It's a very pleasant spot. Let's go for a little visit and a stroll. Back off. Or on the back foot once again, rather, Jordan.
Lancashire have lost an 8th wicket. It's been a long time coming, but Luke Wells is out for 130. 388 for 8. So they'll lead Somerset by 382. It's going to take some chasing.
Ahmed bowls, Jordan forward in defence. So what's the scenario looking like then for next week, Dave, in terms of that other place? Because we're very much assuming that Kent are going down today.
Notts are at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire, and I couldn't tell you where Lancashire are. Is it Durham?
No, Kent are at Durham next week.
Kent are at Durham. I knew somebody was at Durham.
Let me have a quick look. It is Lancashire at Worcestershire, as this one's defended away by Jordan. End of another over, so 50 gone in this innings. A maiden over for Ahmed is by 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32.
You'd imagine with a day and a half left, both sides, that's not going to be a draw, is it, Lancashire-Somerset? Somerset need to win if they're to get into any sort of position where they can somehow manage to pip Surrey next week. They've never won the county championship title, Somerset, so they'll need to go for the win. And Lancashire will need to go for the win, otherwise they'll almost certainly be down. There's Freddie McCann bowling. Everson uses his feet, comes down the track and turns it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. I'll make it 26. The board makes it 26 minutes past 12 as well.
So yeah, even if Lancashire were to win, Notts are going to gain ground on them this week, aren't they?
They were 11 points clear, and as it stands, Notts would get 23 if they win this. So that's 34 clear. As Jordan hits this through extra cover, Duffy's after it. And in fact he'll leave it for Sammy King, so 34 minus whatever Lancashire get this week.
Yeah, because they didn't get any batting bonus points.
No batting.
3 bowling.
3 bowling, and then obviously it depends if it's a draw, a win or a loss. And we'll all know where we are going into the last week of the season. Start is Thursday next week as Jordan just paddles this round the corner, and a sliding stop down at long leg keeps them to 1.
16 for a win, is it? 16
for a win, yes, Ben.
So they'd get 19 if they win. So Notts would gain 4 points on
Notts
them.
would be 15 clear going into the last round of matches. Down the track comes Everson for another single, so Notts would need a draw and 2 points. If that were the scenario, they'd need a draw and 2 points to be certain of staying up next week, if they win this. And if Lancashire were to win their match. Neither of which is completed just yet, as this is played to backward point. 191 for 7 here on BBC Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and the Kent live stream. As we again look at the clock, 12:28. Surprised this pair didn't have a mid-pitch chat then, and Jordan just find a bootlace that had come undone and asked for a change of gloves and some such, but there will be time for one more over because he didn't do any of those. 191 for 7, and we will sneak in one more over. Now, if we get through this over with Kent 7 down, virtually certain they'll go for lunch. If a wicket goes down, I wouldn't be surprised if not, say, can we play on a little bit.
Should mean I've got time to read out this email from Keith, called Pain. Says, Kent need everyone at the club to take a long, hard look at themselves. In my opinion, the culture seems lacking. Either the players are not strong enough mentally, or the coaching staff are not doing enough in their roles. You cannot convince me that we don't have the talent. Tawanda has much ability as a batter, or as much ability as any in the country, as this one's defended away by Everson for Haname coming over the wicket. But at 23 years of age now, needs to start producing on a regular basis. Nathan Gilchrist bowls loads of wicket-taking balls, but doesn't end up with enough wickets each season. Have a shake-up, get Darren Stevens involved, says Keith from Norwich, in the coaching setup if he wants to. If he isn't very happy with the stars and moving, of course, that would be Surrey women going forward. He says, I've watched a lot of Kent cricket on the coverage this season and endured the most pain ever. Come on, the Kent, though. The supporters deserve better. So, well, we can but hope that next season will bring better and more enjoyment for the supporters. As this one's tucked away by Everson past the short leg fielder for a single. So he's on 25. Jordan on 20. Kent 192 for 7. So they are now 16 runs behind. Around the wicket then, Farhan Ahmed changes his angle of attack for Hakeem Jordan, although he stops as he jumps into his delivery stride. We're on the verge of lunch here on what could be the final day's cricket here at the Spitfire Ground this season, with Kent on the brink of defeat and also relegation back to Division 2. They certainly came into the season as pre-season favourites, along with Worcestershire, to go down. Worcestershire confirmed they are safe yesterday, but Kent, having started the day 85 without loss, have slumped to 192 for 7. 7 wickets falling today. Joey Everson is at the crease as Hakeem Jordan sweeps away towards the boundary. That one almost went through the fielder's hands as he was in short leg. So at least Kent are getting up towards the point where they might not lose by an innings. They are now just 12 runs behind Nottinghamshire, but the 7 wickets lost has been certainly a poor session for Kent, and it feels like the end of this night, albeit it might be after the lunch interval, which is just on the verge of taking place. So Kent 196 for 7 now, and we've got one ball until the lunch break, assuming Jordan doesn't get out here. So we'll be back with the commentary in around about 40 minutes time via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire day 3. Jordan defends it, and that will be lunch. Notts favourites to win the game. Kent on the verge of going down, but we will, as we do with cricket, have an interruption for lunch in the meantime, just to delay perhaps the inevitable done.
So they are going for lunch. 196 for 7, as Ben said, just 12 away now from making Notts bat again. Last year it just in a role reversal, it just got a little bit squeaky for Kent, who were batting last on the last day. They were favoured to win that all the way through. Ended up being a draw. From here, there's a lot of the game left, 5 sessions left. But certainly Notts morning, they've picked up 7 wickets. 3 more, they'll win the match. But they might have to bat again in order to do it. 196 for 7 from David Fulton Ben Watts, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Thanks for your company this morning. We'll be back with you in around about 36, 37 minutes time for the afternoon session.
Welcome back to Canterbury. Second session of day 3. About to get underway with Kent to resume on 196 for 7. Trading by 12 runs. Jacob Duffy is the man who will take the ball from the pavilion end. We had spin from both ends at the back end of the previous session. Notts managed to push their over rate to +1, so out of trouble in that sense now. And they go back to seam to try and break this partnership between Everson and Jordan, which has been the next best partnership since the opening one last night in this second innings for Kent, who trying to stave off relegation, but it could well be the session as this one is driven away by Everson. Good stop actually, Sammy King, the man at cover. Lively once again, the subfielder diving away to his right to save 4 runs actually. Good afternoon as well to Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Nottingham, alongside me, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent.
Dave Fletcher, now that's a fresh one.
Dave.
Similarities between me and the great man are few.
I'm getting carried away. I'm at next season.
I'd love to have a beard like Dave Fletcher.
I'm at Derby already for next season with Dave Fletcher.
A member of ZZ Top, Dave Fletcher.
Down the leg side from Jacob Duffy. Dave Bracegirdle, who will still be, as things stand, will still be in Division 1 next year as Dave Fletcher and I hang out here in Derby. And
well, not necessarily. It won't be a done deal if even if Notts win, if Lancashire win. Yes, good afternoon, Benjamin. Bob Marley, wasn't it? Benjamin.
Here comes Duffy down the leg side. There, I think Martin Emerson, who I won't be hanging out with next week because Matt Cole is going up to the northeast. Was there a singer in a band called Benny Watt? It's not my era. It's you know.
I don't know.
But Martin Emerson
there's a Benny
would
King.
bring it up. Two slips in play then for Duffy. Jordan fins this off the hip.
No ball.
Oh, no ball.
That's like when I do a game against Lancashire with Scott Reed, and I'm always disappointed that he doesn't know that Tom Bailey was the lead singer of the Thompson Twins. Do you go back as far as the Thompson Twins? Tom Bailey and Alana Curry?
No, I'm younger than Scott is.
And what I do need to brush up on actually is my Duffy knowledge, because I'm very impressed by Master Duffy here, but wasn't Duffy's big hit Mercy?
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Might be able to work something in there.
Here he comes and bowls outside the off stump. That is a good shout.
There she is. Amy Duffy. There she is.
Was she on the scene when Adele kind of came through? Doing a similar sort of time in the charts?
Is it Warwick Avenue, the album? I think so.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I've got a birthday for you. It's Ken's birthday. Jazz Singh. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Jazz, if you're watching and listening. Born 19th of September 2002.
Yeah, probably be on the ground somewhere. This one's a short ball, which has been whisked away off the back foot by Jordan for a single. It went along the ground. And the 200 comes up for Kent as well with that stroke. So is he 22, did you say, no, Jazz Singh?
I didn't, but yes, I think my limited maths can do that. He was born in 2002, so yeah, 22, Jazz Singh. He's been in and out the squad, hasn't he, this season?
Yeah, he has actually played probably more cricket than he would have expected on the basis that he's more robust than some of the other Kent seamers who have been injured. Well, he hasn't. As Duffy bowls and Everson defends. And yeah, you'd think that potentially next season in Division 2 might get some more opportunities, or Kent might get some other bowlers fit, but we'll have to wait and see. Certainly has been an issue for Kent this season.
The only other thing I've got on 19th of September with a a link, albeit a bit tenuous, between these two sides, or involving these two sides, a Nottinghamshire link. On this day in 2007, 19th of September 2007, a certain Stuart Broad at Kingsmead in Durban was hit for 6 sixes by Yuvraj Singh. It didn't really affect his career, but went on to Yuvraj became the first cricketer to score 6 sixes in an over in an international fixture. Stuart Broad, having just signed for Notts from Leicestershire. Here's Farhan Ahmed, who's also got links with Leicestershire, of course, because brother Rian plays for them. 3 round the bat, and just turned on the leg side. No run, says Joey Everson from the non-striker's end. Akeem Jordan is on 25. Everson is on 26. And they've added 45 so far for this 8th wicket. Holding Notts up and ensuring that we had a nice lunch. So thank you, Akeem and Joey. As Farhan bowls, this is defended. It's always Joe 90 at Trent Bridge. Joey Everson had number 90 on his back. There was the old Jerry Anderson puppet back in the day, late 60s, 70s. Joe 90. Farhan Ahmed bowls, and Akeem advances 4 or 5 paces down the track, throws the kitchen sink at it, but only gets a single all the way along the ground to long on, and Kent requires 7 more to make Notts bat again. Did say a good 20 minutes for Notts and this would be done and dusted, but of course that's not a given. This pair might still be batting at tea, but to winkle them out one way or another. There's hostile pace at one end, and the young spin protege at the Nackington Road end, where he comes in from now, and Everson wearing 33 lunges and turns it out to Hamid at mid-wicket. He had a sleeveless sweater on this morning, Joey Everson. He's discarded that. Getting a little warm out there. 201 for 7. Kent started the day 85 without loss. This one has again turned to Hamid. Shortish mid-wicket. Hostile spell this morning from Duffy. First wicket was to Wenda Miyeyu, who went to pull a short ball, went straight up the chimney and came down in the gloves of Dane Schardendorf. Had a good morning, 2 other good catches. This is driven by Everson, and not quite a crowd catch or a commentator's catch. Just a split second there where I wondered if he was going to throw it in the air, but he didn't. 201 for 7, Kent. 2 overs into the afternoon session with, all the troubles in the world ahead of them. They've got to get another 7 runs to make Notts bad again, and then they've somehow got to eke out enough runs to make this into a contest. Notts over 8 is +1 as well.
Yeah, it wasn't until Stuart Broad was basically done and dusted with his career that I realised he was actually born in Nottingham. I always thought with the Leicestershire background and going to Oakham School, he was from there, that part of the East Midlands rather than Nottingham.
Well, his dad played for Notts, of course.
This one through past Akeem Jordan's outside edge from Duffy. Good pace about that. To the wicket keeper.
Lancashire all out 398. Somerset require 393. So the day and a half left in that one. That's set up, isn't it? I'd imagine that'll be the featured game tomorrow, assuming it's not done and dusted today.
Duffy bowls, turned away out towards mid-wicket by Akeem Jordan. I think it was when he came second at BBC Sports Personality of the Year, and Mary Earps won, of course, didn't she? And Christopher Dean was presenting the award, and he was commenting about how many of the trio were from Nottingham. Duffy in then. Balls to Jordan. Oh, short ball, and he's climbed into this. I can't see where it's gone, but I'm very much assuming it's gone miles for 6.
It's gone into Sussex.
And Jordan goes to 32. The 50 partnership comes up between these two. I think it might have gone to France.
It's France that way, is it?
Well,
When you need 3-9-2, what's the worst possible start you can get? Andy Umeed is out in the first over to the lead singer of the Thompson Twins, Tom Bailey.
Oops, he got a first baller in the first innings, didn't he, Umeed, I think?
Wasn't a first baller because he got 4. They're 4 for 1. It was a second baller.
Oh.
The first for 4, out the second.
Duffy goes full this time, goes for the Yorker, and Hakeem Jordan keeps it out. 32 not out for him, 26 for Joey Everson, 207 for 7. Does that 6 take Ken? No, trailing by 1. 1 behind. So they're -1 for 7, effectively. Obviously that's not a thing. So 2 balls to go. An extra man being sent out to the rope. Is a shorter boundary that side this week. Duffy, bowls. Hakeem Jordan skipped down the pitch and threw the kitchen sink at it and very much missed the ball.
You'd like to think the nasty fasty had a word. Let's see, hit that one for 6, young man.
Yeah, certainly showing some character out there, Hakeem Jordan.
Yep.
Got an unwanted century in the first innings.
50 partnership brought up as well with that 6.
His figures were 2 for 100, I think, in the end, in the first innings. As Duffy bowls, keeps this one out, playing defensively. A fuller delivery that time on the leg stump. And the end of the over.
Yeah, the one thing Duffy can't do here, of course, is have a long spell like he had at the start of the day, because Farhan Ahmed is bowling from the other end, so he's only going to get about 80 seconds worth of breather before he'll then be called back into action. So it's clearly going to be a short, sharp burst. Don't have any lunch, Jacob. We need you to bowl 4 quick overs straight after lunch, and that should do it. But of course it may not, as we were saying, and Kent now on the brink of getting out of debt and ensuring that Notts will have to bat again. 207 for 7. Joey Everson has 26. He's had a fine game and sweeps this onto the leg side and away for 4. So there we are. Kent are in front. So there is the possibility that this could still get a little squeaky for Notts. They're certainly going to have to bat again. And right now they would need 3 to win, but still need 3 wickets. Just wonder if Ben Slater or somebody, Slater I'm thinking particularly, who's 89 runs away from 1,000 for the season, won't actually mind going out there and getting another, whatever, 10, 15, 20, 30 today. Just push back to the bowler and there's no run. I'm sure he'd rather be on the coach and on the way home, but a chance just to get a little closer to 1,000 for the season with 1 game left at Trent Bridge next week. 208 for 7. Farhan Ahmed. 5 wickets in the match, 4 in the first innings yesterday, 1 in this. Bowls to Jordan, and again he's happy to play defensively, and it's almost like, dare I say it, playing with numbers. He seems to block 2 or 3 and then come a-charging. There's a long on the fence, Lyndon James. There's nobody at long off. But maybe Farhan turning the ball. Oh, he's got it through, and that's an LBW, and Jordan has to go. Stands there looking and staring at the umpire, but the finger remains raised, and Farhan Ahmed gets his 6th of the match. And Kent, 208 for 7. And Jordan has played very nicely indeed in that partnership of 53, has gone for 32, and Notts need 2 more. Might have kept a whisker low, and possible to tell from here, but it did look, as long as it didn't pitch outside leg, it did look as if it would have gone on to hit the stumps.
To be honest, I think Hakeem Jordan's been done by length. He's stayed back in his crease. Whereas Ahmed, what he's done really well in this game is from round of the wicket, you know, where he shouldn't necessarily be getting LBWs, he's been pitching it in line and getting the ball to straighten. And yeah, to me, Hakeem Jordan looks like he probably was guilty of not coming forward to that delivery and getting trapped on the crease. So perhaps the disappointment is as much with his own shot selection as it is with the dismissal. So he makes his way off, having at least put up a little bit of fight and made sure Kent are going to avoid an innings defeat. But Nathan Gilchrist now coming out to join Joey Everson, with just George Garrett to come.
Scores are tied, aren't they, Ben? Actually, I think I said that Kent were a couple in front, but
correct,
scores
yes.
are tied.
Scores are indeed tied.
So if Duffy's going to get a 5-foot, he's got to take the last 2 wickets, but that's not going to be easy with Fahan also on the prowl. New man Nathan Gilchrist has plenty of company, apart from the keeper. There's 4 round the back to slip, and then 3 on the leg side, just waiting for something that pops up off the glove. As a consequence, he bowls it down the leg side and lets out a squeal of frustration there, young Fahan.
He's got a lot of new mates all of a sudden, Nathan Gilchrist.
Perhaps won't have if he middles a couple. See how he goes as Duffy out at deep mid-wicket and Lyndon James out at long on. This is pushed back to the bowler. End of the over. Kent 208 for 8. Notts required 2 wickets and then a little run chase to get over the line. Duffy is going to get another over. 208 for 8. Said it was Lyndon James on the long on boundary. Clearly wasn't. So he's at this end of the ground. Going to be Duffy to continue. Might have been Rob Lord out there. All these new players that I've only seen 2 or 3 times. You get used to picking players out, don't you? The silhouette, even from the distance, their mannerisms and
their fielding
everything
positions
about them. Yeah.
Generally occupy, etc. So Duffy to Everson, who Notts, as they appeal for an LBW, clearly don't want to bowl at because a single was available, which Everson has taken. Probably should be at this stage farming the strike, but in reality probably doesn't matter anymore.
And do you know what that was? That was the 100th extra of this match.
Oh, well batted.
37 in the Notts innings, 43 in the Kent first innings, and now 20 in this one. 100 extras.
Wow.
I'm not going to add up the no balls, but they are the leading contributor. Might be some more yet.
So here comes Duffy again to Gilchrist, bowled him. Looked like it kept a little bit low, but Gilchrist didn't get forward to it, and Duffy has bowled quick and on the stumps. The middle one out the ground. Kent on the brink of relegation. Notts on the verge of taking all the points here at Canterbury. Gilchrist gone for naught. 3rd ball. Duffy has cleaned him up.
209 for 9. Notts require 1 more. Duffy requires 1 more to get a 5-fer. If there's no more runs, Notts will have to come out requiring 2.
I can tell you no balls were worth 30 in the Nottinghamshire innings, and then 20 in the Kent first innings, and then currently 12 in this innings. So no balls have made a half-century in the game. So Gilchrist on his way then for naught. Goes back to what I was saying, that Joey Everson probably shouldn't really have been giving him the strike. He should have been farming it for himself, but in the grand scheme of things, I think we're probably beyond that sort of tactic. If this was day 4, then maybe. George Garrett's coming at number 11 then. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, well, good for us commentators that it lasted that long, but it may not last much longer. Kent now 9 down in their second innings, so 1 wicket not required to bowl Kent out for a second time. Kent are actually ahead by just 1 run now, thanks to a half-century partnership between Akeem Jordan and Joey Everson. Jordan actually hit a very big 6 before he was dismissed LBW to the 16-year-old spinner Farhan Ahmed, and then Jacob Duffy, the New Zealand quick, has just bowled Nathan Gilchrist for naught. Kent started out the day 88 without loss, but lost 7 wickets in the morning session. 2 more now in this session. Anything but a victory in this game will secure Kent's relegation. So unless this partnership somehow manages to put on a double century stand and then they bowl knots out, which is very much even beyond miracle territory, Kent are going to be playing Division 2 cricket next season. The conclusion of this match then available via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire, Day 3. So here comes Duffy around the wicket to Garrett, bangs it in short, and it goes well over the shoulder of the batter. Lovely aggressive field at the moment for Notts.
You did well there not to go down the food route. I'd have gone down the food route. You were given the line fresh from having his roast beef dinner. I had the pork.
Yeah, I wasn't really in the mood for jokes about food, unfortunately. So I kept it to facts. As Duffy comes around the wicket.
Oh, he's a great man here.
David Fulton is here. Is that a little nibble? Is that off the glove? Not so hopeful. The umpire says no. So yeah, Dave Fulton is going to jump in for Dave Bracegirdle. Albeit how much longer we're going to be playing for, David.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a jump in, it was more like a slump on the chair. Didn't feel like a kind of jump in moment. Although, in years to come, they might look back on this as the Garrett game when he scored 150 at number 11 and then took an amazing 8 for 25 to keep Kent in Division 1.
I mean, we probably are at that sort of stage.
Steve McQueen. Yeah, Steve McQueen Garrett.
That's the only way that Kent aren't going to lose this game, if George Garrett pulls something ridiculous out of the bag. Joey Everson, probably more Joey Everson up the other end, in fairness. But
I didn't see Nathan Gilchrist dismissal. I was behind the stand coming back round. How out? I just saw him trudging off.
Yeah. Did you see the middle stump on the floor?
No, I didn't even get that far. They put it back in by the time I got up 2 flights of stairs, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, the off and leg remained in position, but the middle one disappeared.
Okay.
Might have kept a little bit low, but
not easy.
No.
For numbers 10 and 11.
Duffy to Garrett. Ooh, clipped away nicely, actually, behind square, past the short leg fielder, down towards long leg. They're going to come back for 2. Good running. Joey Everson will get the strike for the next over. Garrett survives, and Kent's lead is 3.
Duffy's had a good day, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled fantastically well today.
What he's been paid to do, come over, had an instant impact. Well, I say instant impact. He struggled in the first innings, came down the hill. He bowled some no balls. He sprayed it around a bit. Looked a little rusty, but he's got better and better as the game has gone on. And Notts have looked at a Division 1 side. Kent haven't, which has been the story of their season. So they lead by 3 for 9 effectively. So never nice as an opening batter to have to kind of walk out and knock off single figures. There's a lot more to be lost than gained, but Notts openers won't mind too much as long as they take the points, and they're on course for 23 big ones from this game, which will make them favourites to avoid the drop next week. But Kent, their fate has almost been sealed. Farhan Ahmed continues a really good game. The young offie, as Everson punches that to deep cover, and he is going to prolong the agony by not taking a single, which I think is right in the normal course of events. But those of us like Dave Bracegirdle who want to get on the road, probably back home, keen to see him take the single, no doubt. As Farhan Ahmed, he goes for a big hit here. Everson, he's hoiked it leg side. I think he's found the gap. He's hit it pretty well. Going to get a couple. Good stop, tumbling stop on the deep mid-wicket fence. They take 2, so that's what I want to see from Everson. Give it a bit of long handle. Have some fun, Joey. This is your last innings at Canterbury this year. You're batting with George Garrett. You have a complete licence to just do extraordinary things. And if you get out, no one will blame you.
No, he's been the one batter that's kind of stood up and done his job in this game. From a Kent point of view.
Right, again, Everson is just leaning on this, caresses it out to deep cover. Opts once again not to take the single that's on offer. So Nottinghamshire have a slip and a 45, everybody else is back.
From a Notts point of view, if they're in their own beds tonight and have got the day off tomorrow, I'd say that's a pretty good few days' work.
Yep.
Almost, well, they're going to be one off maximum points in the game as well.
Little message from Darren Stevens, which says better from you today, mate, as Farhan Ahmed is in. And Joey just tucks this on the leg side. He will take a single on this occasion. Ball 4 of the over. Really Garrett 2 to face. A little pep talk from Steve-O.
Were you below par yesterday?
Well, I didn't think so, but, you know, Steve-O was having some fun and he decided that, I was boring him yesterday. So I did say that he was welcome. Matt Cole did say, you know, you're welcome to come on air. And he said, no, I'm off in a minute. And he was still there 3 hours later. So, you know, an opportunity to sell himself, to entertain people.
He was worried.
Slightly differently from how he used to do it.
Was he worried that he was going to get asked if he's going to be coaching Surrey women or Kent's men next season?
Well, Matt asked him, and I think Matt said that he's ruled himself out, which a few of us have done. It's nice to be asked by Matt Cole, at least. But,
Okay, yeah.
We've ruled ourselves out. Farhan Ahmed is around the wicket and bowling to Garrett, who's solidly behind this. Dave Bracegirdle ruled himself out. Kent's coach next year. Ruled out. He's smiling. Ruled out. Watts and Cole have got to describe the action. They also ruled out. So it'd be it's going to be a big job. Whoever gets it. As Ahmed is in round the wicket, and Garrett, just an immaculate forward defensive, closes out the over. Nottinghamshire have done well if they to get that over rate back to +1. That was the. Always feels a bit strange that before lunch. Seamers are doing the damage and knocking Kent over. They were -4. And so the captain, quite rightly, because every point will count, quite likely in this battle to avoid relegation. He just went spin from both ends. Freddie McCann didn't look especially likely, no disrespect to him, to take a wicket, but they whizzed through the overs. They're now +1. They won't face any point deduction penalty for their over rate. And Duffy back. But I think if they persevered with Seam, they could have wrapped this thing up before lunch.
Yeah, like you say, it's that strange need to avoid any points deductions from slow over 8. Full delivery then, driven away by Joey Everson out towards wide long off, where Lord will do the fielding. No run will be taken, even though an easy run was there. Probably could have pushed for 2.
Yeah, strange position of Notts being bang on top of this game and the field completely spread other than the keeper and slip.
Yeah, fairly little interest in bowling to Joey Everson at this stage. Short ball pulled away into the onside. There is a fielder out there.
Yeah, I always think in this situation you could afford 2 or 3 slips. You still want to get Everson out.
Yeah.
So have 2 or 3 slips because you're going to have everybody else on the boundary. Certainly bring one of your leg side men in probably and put him in slip.
Yeah, or even a gully if he's going to have a thick outside edge, having a bit of a swing.
Yeah, I just think you want to signal to a batter who's played well, but he's only on 30. You're still trying to get him out and make him feel like Viv Richards out there.
Here comes Duffy 2, Joey Everson. It's come off the pad and down towards fine leg. No run.
It's like the over only gets going after ball 3 or 4. The fielders will squeeze in and try and stop him getting a single, and then the fun begins. Does he try and hit over the top and get a boundary? Does he try and pinch a single?
Yeah, it's a peculiar situation, isn't it? I'd probably be bowling, maybe even chucking in a couple of short ones at Everson, saying, go on, if you want to try and hit that for 6. I've got men back to try and catch it if you top edge it, as he did with Miyeyo Duffy earlier on. Goes full instead. Ball drops away on the onside. They don't take the single.
Duffy's going to have to field it himself. He's leaving it for Schardendorf. No one within 40 metres of it from a fielding perspective. But, now the field, will it close up?
No, they're still all on the boundary at the minute.
A little strange. Yeah, here they come. It might be bit by bit the fielders come in. I kind of see Hamid hedging his bets at the minute, but it seems a little daft to me. I'd just bring them all in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe a fine leg for a top edge hook, because you might want to hide one with a bouncer. So he's a wicket-taking fielder. Bring them all in, and what's the worst that can happen? Everson can go bang bang and hit 2 4s. So you might have to chase 10 instead of 4.
Yeah, you still get a whole over at the number 11. Exactly.
Yeah, chase 15 instead of 6. Yeah, the key thing is to get as many deliveries at Garrett as you can.
So Duffy's 5th ball of the over bowls to Everson. He tickles this away into the onside. They get 1.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and that leaves Duffy 1 ball at Garrett. And this is how these things drag out, and we go nowhere. Because Everson's got the measure at the moment. Duffy's probably getting a little tired. You then try it really hard for 1 ball to get a guy out. And that's a tough ask of a bowler. So I think Hamid's been excellent with his captaincy. This bit, not as convinced. But he's still fairly new to it, isn't it? It's his first year doing it full time. He's got the catchers in here, and obviously the boundary riders, because he doesn't mind Garrett taking the single. He won't take it.
Duffy around the wicket to Garrett. He actually went for a bit of a drive there to that delivery, but plays and misses. So through to another over, and Everson will have the strike. 2:15 for 9, Kent. With a marginal lead.
Yep, lead is 7.
Farhan Ahmed will continue. So Duffy 4 for 56. And then Ahmed 2 for 42 in this second innings.
I'd be tempted to bring the mid-off up, have him straight, almost like on the edge of a circle, and try and say to Everson, do you want to come down and try and hit it over the offside?
Tickled around the corner out towards square leg. Yeah, like you say, almost invite him to miscue one or try and play the attacking shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a case of when, isn't it? It's a matter of time before eventually, but that time could be 5 minutes or it could be an hour and a half, depending on how much strike Joey Everson can farm.
Long leg side boundary for the off spinner. As Joey Everson plays off the back foot just gently into the offside. So realistically, he's probably not going to look to take Farhan Ahmed over mid-wicket, because that would be an enormous hit.
Well,
straight.
That is with the spin, isn't it, over mid-wicket? So I don't mind the leg side being back.
Straight's an option. It goes back and just nudges into the onside instead.
It's almost like Joey's not going to play a shot in anger in this situation unless you give him an area of the field in which to hit, because the percentages are just against him.
Yeah.
Unless you go, you know what, I don't care, it's that stage of the season, I'm just going to try and hit it over long on's head for 6, which he's capable of doing.
Ahmed bowls again, steers into the offside and says, I will take a run on this 4th ball of the over. So Garrett will have 2 to face.
This is their best chance, I think. Farhan Ahmed against the left-handed Garrett.
2 balls, a bit of spin on offer. Although I don't think as much spin as I saw yesterday from him. I think this pitch is just a bit of life maybe has gone out of it. Turned a few quite sharply yesterday. I mean, it has spun, but it hasn't been excessive. It's the 3rd afternoon. You'd expect perhaps a little bit more from a used pitch.
2 slips and a short leg. Silly point, as this one's on the stumps and Garrett pushes it back to the bowler. Almost a strange waiting game at the moment, with this 1 wicket remaining in the Kent innings. And then Notts will have to come out and bat, but at the moment they won't have to chase very many at all. As Garrett is forward again and playing defensively, so he manages to see off the 2 balls he needs to face. He was part of a 102-run last wicket partnership last week, George Garrett, so there's no doubt that he's capable of facing a couple of balls and over.
Dave Briscoe nodding sagely, thinking, okay, I'll factor that into my departure time. The willing Garrett with a good technique. He looks pretty chilled out at the moment. There's our colleague, but give it an hour and a half, he'll be fretting about rush hours and the like.
So it is Duffy to continue. Is this over 4 of the little spell after lunch? Clipped away by Everson into the onside.
Look, he's just having a net out there, Joe, isn't it? Pretty unflappable. Just enjoying the contest, being out in the middle. It's not a bad way to earn a living, is it? All the fielders spread and just throwing it back to the bowler so you can have another hit.
Best weather we've had all day as well. All the cloud and mist from this morning is gone.
Yeah. It's a first-class innings. He's played nicely in both of the innings in this match. Just don't chuck it away.
Duffy to him. Smacks it hard out towards deep cover. Was well timed. But unfortunately straight to the man in the deep. Either side of him. Might have been 4 or possibility of 2.
Yeah, the reason I don't like everybody back is it just feels like they're not trying to get Joey Everson out.
Yeah, and they've taken a slip out.
Slip's gone out now. He's at extra cover. I don't see the need for that. You know, if you bowl a perler, there's a bit in this pitch. If he nicks it through slip, you'll be spewing.
Chases the wide ball, drives out towards deep cover, looks at the scoreboard and thinks, no, it's only ball number 3. I won't take that single just yet. Yeah, it's almost not worth Duffy bending his back right now, is it? He might as well just...
Well, if you're going to bend your back, get the bouncer in, kind of under the left armpit as hard as you can. Hope he's got 2 men back there. That's your best bet of getting him out.
Bowls full and Everson drives up towards long on. This time they will take a single on the 4th ball of the over. And Garrett will have 2 to face.
Just wonder the psychology from a bowler's perspective when you know, okay, those first 4 balls are just leading up to this. I've now got 2 balls to get a wicket. They're kind of suddenly a bit more pressure, you're a bit more tense because you're trying to wrap things up. Certainly felt that as a captain at times. Okay, we're bringing everybody in, you've got 2 balls, come on, let's knock him over. It's not quite as straightforward as that. 2 slips and a kind of 4th slip, leg slip and a short leg.
Around the wicket, Duffy. Appeal for a little strangle down the leg side, but not given.
I've known 1 or 2 umpires who shall remain nameless, who might have been inclined to get involved. Dave's just smiling. He knows what I mean, and he probably knows who I'm thinking of, but some just go, you know what? Let's get on the road. Number 11 decision, I call it.
Yeah.
And,
poor number 11s.
Yeah.
Problem is with number 11s these days, they've all practiced their technique too much. So this one's flicked away by Garrett for, well, what would have been a single, but of course they're not going to take it because it's the last ball of the over.
A poor number 11 is that sometimes you get runs that aren't taken because the bloke up the other end is dominating the strike. So not for the first time Garrett plays an attractive shot off the last ball of the over and a single is turned down. On the evidence of what I've seen, and this is not meant disrespectfully towards Nathan Gilchrist, I think Garrett could lay a claim to get above him.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout. And certainly in terms of defensive capability, Garrett could bat higher.
Yeah. I look at Gilchrist, looks to me like he's less likely to hang around than Garrett. And I base that on not having seen much of them. And Ahmed and Everson down the wicket, looked like he wanted to launch that one.
Gilchrist, of course, had that run of ducks the other season, didn't he?
He did. Was it 5 in a row?
I think it might have been 6, yeah.
Yeah. He was going for records, wasn't he? But,
he's a better bat than that.
Yeah, he is a better bat than that, but I think Garrett looks pretty well organised. Here is Fine Ahmed tossing it up. We haven't seen a huge variety from the off-spinner. He's a fine young bowler. His stock ball is terrific, and he looks like he just tries to repeat and repeat and repeat. There's nothing wrong with that. But, we'll probably learn more variations to winkle out batters as he goes on. Everson down the wicket. Looked like he was just coming inside that. Maybe the hit towards floodlight number 3. Decided against. Yeah, slip is now out.
Feels like we're at a peculiar stalemate at the moment.
Yeah, Joe Clark coming out of slip to a short mid-wicket. And he just bisects the 2 men that are there on the leg side. They take the single, and that'll leave Garrett the 2 balls. So that's the pattern of play at the moment. Score ticking up by 1 and over, and Garrett having to face 2 balls. Not sure quite where this is going to get Kent.
Nowhere fast, that's
If we had
for
a
sure.
17-day game, they might just get enough runs to prolong their Division 1 status. But fair play to Joey and George Garrett for giving it a go. So 2 slips, silly point, short leg, and the keeper all crouched behind Garrett. And this one is turned into the leg side, long on his back, which is fair enough. Just wonder whether you'd bring everybody up to Garrett and try and make him have a swing.
Yeah, why not? Crowd the bat as much as possible.
I mean, you're saving the boundary. He's not going to take the single, so I see why the fielders are back. But actually, what bringing the field up does, it kind of encourages what I call the Shannon Gabriel. Remember that when he was batting to save the Test match with a couple of balls left, decided he was going to have a yahoo, having done quite a lot of the hard work. Tailenders can do funny things. Here's Ahmed. Oh, he's nicked it, and it's gone through the slips. There was a lot of them. It was tossed up. It was actually cleverly bowled. I said about Farhan Ahmed not having huge variation. That was certainly a different flighted delivery. Tossed up. It was a little bit wider. Garrett's eyes lit up and he went for the big cover drive. If you're going to flash, flash hard, and it flew between the slips and they got a couple.
Yeah, they did indeed. And so Garrett moves to 4 not out. And Kent's to 220 for 9.
The lead is 12. The miracle's still on. Duffy going to continue. He wants 5 for here. The big Kiwi.
He does. Just
Can't blame him.
Saying the one-day international. Ben Duckett, half century for him. Opening the innings for England. Will Jacks has 37 not out. England 111 for 1. With Phil Salt the man to go. 417. As Duffy goes nice and full, that delivery to Joey Everson. He's driving with bat turning in his hand slightly into the onside. Hampshire 350 ahead against Worcestershire at Southampton. 6 down in their second innings.
It's happening at Old Trafford.
They're 398 all out, Lancashire. Somerset 35 for 1 in reply. As Duffy bowls a short ball, Everson goes for the big pull shot but plays and misses. Somerset trailing by 357. So what we're looking at, a chase of 380 there, basically.
Mm.
They're 1 down with a Mead out to Bailey, as Dave Bracegirdle told us earlier
plenty of time to get them.
No further wickets lost. Durham 18 runs behind, 7 down in their second innings at the Oval. Duffy bowls another short one, which was very high, and it's probably going to get given as a no ball. It is.
Yeah, don't mind that from Duffy in terms of the plan. Just a little bit too short on that occasion. He's got 2 men back, and he's not going to knock the dollies out from that very full length, you wouldn't have thought, to Everson. He's well set on 34, but he might miscue a pull shot if he tries to hit it for 6. So I don't mind the short stuff.
In Division 2, Yorkshire have a lead of 386 at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Almost into the final innings of that match. That one kept a little bit low from Duffy as Everson defends. At the moment, he's defending the ball. He's then got time to turn around to the scoreboard, double check which ball of the innings that was, or ball of the over it was rather, and then go, no, actually, not yet. So it's all rather peculiar, isn't it, at the moment?
I think he'd probably know beforehand, but I take your point. I think he'll know.
He's definitely double checking.
Yeah, this is ball 4 of the over, so you'd anticipate a single here if it's on offer, which it pretty much is.
Although he's just defended it into the covers not far away from the bowler, so wasn't able to get the single.
Okay, so this is last ball of the over. Get them all in, squeeze it in a ridiculous. You don't mind if this ball goes for 4. 2 balls left.
Yeah,
Get 'em
2
in.
balls.
2 balls left. Get them in. I mean, you can hide one down the leg side.
Yeah.
You can go the bouncer again and make him take on the 2. They've got 2 men back on the leg side, which I think is fair enough. Got the bouncer. Rob Lord at mid-off is too deep. He's coming in, but he needs to be tight. And really make it difficult for Everson to take a single. At the moment, Everson's been getting to this stage of an over and he's just knocked it into a gap and jogged a single. You know, if I'm captain out there, that's not good enough. You've got to begrudge this single with everything you got.
Duffy bowls short ball. As he gloved it, there's an appeal. The umpire says not out. Certainly Everson tried to go for the hook shot.
Yeah, that's great bowling. That's a good plan. It was bowled with venom. He could easily glove that. He could easily top edge it. And if he hits it for 4 or 6, you don't really mind. What you don't want is an odd number. You don't want a 1 or a 3. Now, I remember playing a famous game against Notts back in 94. Were you doing the radio back in 94? No. But we played here, and Carl Hooper, in a low-scoring game on a wicket which flew through, was able to chip it for 3 to get up the other end.
Duffy goes for a full toss, which has been clipped away into the onside. Away for a single. Why doesn't the fielder there in that situation just let it go for 4?
He can let it go for 4. It's almost it's against everything in your being to just let a ball go past for 4. But actually, I mean, Duffy looks cross with himself. He went for the Yorker. Bad plan. Bowl the bouncer again.
Yeah.
You know, bowl the bouncer again. I mean, look, there is a danger that he bowled too many in that over and he might get warned. But I just think, bowl the bouncer again. You know.
Or bowl really wide outside off stump so he couldn't hit it.
Or down the leg side. You tuck it, you hide it down the leg side. It's really frustrating for his teammates out there because they want to bowl at Garrett. Victory is within sight. And every ball they bowl at Everson, it's that much harder. So that was poor thinking. Farhan Ahmed might do the job all by himself as Everson comes down and he swats this one high and handsome and somewhere near the Nackington Road. We talked about the approach Darren Stevens might have. It pains me to say it because I think he's listening, but that is what he would do. Down the wicket, forget the fielder at long on, just hit it over his head. That's a great shot from Everson. You have about an hour and 20 minutes of Joey going bananas. It's about the only thing that is going to give Kent any kind of foothold in this game.
Well, that was very nicely played.
But that was lovely. And that makes it even more painful, that single off the last ball, from a Nottinghamshire perspective.
He was just encouraged as well because Farhan Ahmed came back over the wicket to him. Just meant that maybe there was a little bit more room to free his arms.
Umpire's gone to get a new ball. That one was hit, as close to Dover as it was to Canterbury city centre.
Yeah, it was miles over the sight screen.
New ball. No.
This ball is into its 84th over, so Nottinghamshire probably won't mind if they lose it and get a replacement. Coming up towards 2 o'clock. A couple of BBC local radio updates on the way.
How do you figure it's into its 84th over?
Sorry, 64.
I was going to say,
Did I say 84?
Yeah, they just take the new ball. Just stop messing around with this spin and get the job done.
64th, yeah. So it's a fairly old ball.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think they're worried about, the cost.
No, or the condition.
No.
In particular.
Yeah, I'm just seeing who's loosening up at long on. It looks like one of the fast and nasties. Is that Rob Lord up at long on? Can't tell from it. It's about 300 yards away.
Yeah, I think
it's either going to be Lord or James, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not James.
Yeah, so probably Rob Lord is probably due a little burst for the Nackington. But actually, to be fair, he's probably going to replace Jacob Duffy. From the pavilion end, I expect Farhan Ahmed will keep going, especially if Everson's going to chance his arm. The lead is 21. The young 16-year-old off-spinner is in again, and Everson is content to nudge that one as it spins a bit of bat, bit of pad, and no one round the bat, you see. Just think with this field spread, you can have slip and a short leg and then others back. Asif Hamid, I think, on the whole, has been excellent. His bowling changes, his field placings, he's been attacking. He's had runs to play with, which helps, and he's had a decent bowling attack at his disposal, but he's been very good. I just think he made a couple of mistakes in terms of keeping Everson off strike. He whips this one away. Joe Clark missed fields at mid-wicket. They're going to take a single. It is the 4th ball of the over, so that'll bring Garrett back onto strike, and he will have 2 balls to face. The last one he faced from Farhan Ahmed, he edged it through the slips for a couple of runs, so I still think this is Nottinghamshire's best bet. Offie to left-handed tail-ender.
Joey Everson's efforts in this game certainly squeezing him up the Kent averages. Although Leaning, Bell, Drummond, Everson and Miyeye are all pretty much averaging 35 for the season.
Garrett solidly behind this one, plays it quietly back up the pitch. You always think batting average, bowling averages, you take the two together. When Lancashire won the championship, I want to say 2011, I think, 2011 Lancashire's title. 2011 Lancashire won the title. Yeah, I remember not many of their batters averaged over 35. Ahmed is driven by Garrett, Silly Point taking evasive action. It's a dot ball. It concludes another frustrating over for Nottinghamshire from their perspective. But all the bowlers, I think you had Hogg and Chappell and Keedy and all these guys, they were averaging kind of 18, 19 with the ball.
Yeah.
Carl Hogg had a very special year.
Well, if you look at Essex this season, they've got Cook, Porter, Snater and Harmer, who have all taken over 40 wickets. And then Critchley's on 33, not far behind either.
Yeah.
So that suggests they probably bowl well enough to win a title this year. It's probably the batting where they haven't quite got enough.
Yeah, and some of that is dependent on the pitches. So when Lancashire won that title, a lot of their games were played at Liverpool because they were refurbing Old Trafford. It was when they were switching the square round, if memory serves. And Liverpool had a bit more in it than Old Trafford, so the bowlers benefited from that. There were more results, and Lancashire were on the right side of most of those.
So it is Lord then replacing Duffy. A couple of wickets for Lord in this innings. Everson has smashed it straight to cover. Change of bowling and has forced a mistake from Joey Everson. Rob Lord almost looks slightly embarrassed that he's got the wicket. Everson has just slapped it straight in the air to extra cover. He's out for 42 and Kent are bowled out for 230. So Notts will need
23.
23 to
Lead
win.
is 22, only 23 to win, which they'll make pretty light work of, you'd expect. Well done to Joey Everson. That was a pretty decent effort, albeit a slightly tame way in which to finish your home season. Good couple of good contributions with the bat. I thought he bowled quite nicely as well. A fine all-round cricketer and a man around whom Kent should look to build, I think, moving forwards in the years to come. But he did his bit. The rest of the batting, the rest of the top order not quite so good, with the possible exception of Miyeye yesterday. But Everson's played a fine hand there, but just, towed that. It was wide and loose from Rob Lord, first ball back, and he duly obliged Everson, smacked it straight to extra cover. So 230 all out, so 225 and 230. I thought it was a kind of maybe a 250, 260 pitch when we saw it nipping around on the first morning, and that total of 433, well above par from a Nottinghamshire perspective, and it looks like that will be good enough. So I think Ben's got an update, and that's probably us for 10 minutes.
It will be indeed. Job done for Notts, almost. Yeah, and Kent on the brink of being relegated to Division 2. They've been bowled out in their second innings here against Nottinghamshire for 230, so they have a tiny lead of 22 runs. Nottinghamshire will require 23 to win this game, and that would relegate Kent, with, of course, Sussex earlier on today getting promoted from Division 2 after beating Gloucestershire by an innings and 7 runs. Those two South East teams set to swap places for next season, with Surrey looking good at the moment to beat Durham at the Oval. Durham trailing by 8 runs, 7 wickets down in their second innings, as Surrey look to hunt the Division 1 title. We're in between innings then here at Canterbury, with the conclusion shortly to come via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can say to your smart speaker as well, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Nottinghamshire, Day 3, to hear Kent get relegated. Welcome back then for what is surely going to be the concluding part of this match here at Canterbury. Nottinghamshire needing just 23 runs, Dave Bracegirdle, to win this game of cricket.
Yes, they've been guilty of one or two extravagant collapses this season, but if they didn't make 23, I'd be shocked. All the time in the world in which to do it. Just quickly to say that Ben Duckett, born in Kent, of course, Nottinghamshire player, 72 not out at Trent Bridge in the ODI. England 156 for 1 in the 23rd over. Will Jacks is with him. He's 57 not out. Phil Salt out for 17. England versus Australia at Trent Bridge on 5 Sports Extra today. And obviously when we're finished here, all the other remaining county championship games still available on the BBC Sport website and app, and your favourite video streaming channel as well, I'm sure, as Nathan Gilchrist runs away from us to get this Nottinghamshire second innings underway, and he bowls a short delivery that goes over the right shoulder of Asiba Mead. Nice and lively, lots of intent out there.
Well, that was certainly a message to Nottinghamshire that Kent are not just going to bowl up a couple of dolly drops.
23 required, and that'll be that. That'll be the end of the match, the county championship season here at Canterbury for the season, and of course Kent in Division 1. They do have one game to play next week as Mead cuts this to deep backward point. There's a yell of 2, and they do come back for a couple. So Notts up and running, 2 without loss. Just wouldn't imagine there's the total appetite out there to make it too difficult for Nottinghamshire, in the sense that you're not going to suddenly halt things halfway through an over and send somebody to put the pads on and go in at short leg and all that sort of stuff.
Quite.
I think everyone knows where this is leading. As Gilchrist bowls to a Mead and probes forward and pushes it out on the offside to, I think is that J.K. Denley fielding for J.L. Denley by the looks of it.
Yeah, we did notice that Uncle Joe has sent his nephew to go out on the field instead of him.
He's had enough for today. 4 wickets for Jacob Duffy, 3 for Rob Lord, 2 for Farhan Ahmed, 1 for Lyndon James. A really good all-round effort from the Notts attack today, minus Fletcher. Good delivery, beats Hamid on the outside, and it goes through to the keeper, Harry Finch. So Finch with the gloves on, which we think is right and proper. Sometimes in these scenarios you'll see, I was going to say not even occasional bowlers, very seldom used bowlers, maybe even a keeper turning his arm over, but there's a little bit in this. Kent will want to bow out here in front of their own supporters with a bit of pride, try and knock over 1 or 2 or 3 if they can. Gilchrist bowls to the former England opener, 10 tests, comes back, does the Nottinghamshire captain for his second brace of the over, and Notts a 4 without loss, requiring 19 more. Lovely day. It's a shame, really, isn't it, that we're not going to get the full week. It's expected to be really nice tomorrow, but it's an extra day off for these two sides to recover before the last round of matches, which of course next week start on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 4 without loss. Notts down the leg side. Hamid will get another run, and he's hogging the strike here, because that's going to be the end of the over. 5 without loss. That totally screws up those of us that do football and cricket, Ben, doesn't it, with a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week?
Yeah, it's not particularly ideal from a fixture scheduling point of view for us, but well, I wonder how many Kent fans will be making the trip up for that one. That will be certainly the mark of a die-hard Kent fan who's going to wander up to Durham for 4 days when there's absolutely nothing on it.
Did you not hear Matt's new catchphrase, his new tagline? I go so you don't have to,
yeah.
He kept saying yesterday.
Yeah, Matt has got the gig next week.
About 600-mile round trip, he reckons.
I had a convenient wedding on the Saturday, which has ruled me out of both the trip to Durham and a home game against Barrow for the Gills next weekend.
Crikey. Kent Sports resources being stretched to the limit next weekend. Here's Akeem.
Yeah, Jordan then from the Nackington Road end. on the stumps and defended away into the onside by Hasib Hamid. If you've enjoyed Dave and I's brief duet today, don't forget you could listen to Notts County against Gillingham on your respective radio station at the weekend.
Well, I hope we won't be doing it together.
We
I mean,
won't
that would
be.
be nice.
Yeah,
but,
we won't be. We shall be separated for that one.
Bring your kit as well. I seem to remember I had to lend you some kit last year at Meadow
That's a
Lane.
good point. This one defended away out towards backward point. I'll try and bring a charger or some actual power for my kit this
That was
time.
it,
Yeah. I did manage to get it back. I'd left it at Priestfield somewhere.
Yes, yeah.
Turned up at Meadow Lane and was powerless.
He also left with the points, and of course Notts had the bragging rights at the Priestfield. So let's see how we go on Saturday.
Indeed. Notts 5 without a loss in this one, needing 23 to win and keeping this one out. Hamid from Jordan.
Elsewhere, Somerset 58 for 1, requiring a further 335 to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford. You'd imagine that might just build up nicely and into tomorrow. Glamorgan Yorkshire in Division 2 is also one to keep an eye on. Glamorgan are 5 for 1. They require 391 more. Not a lot in it for Glamorgan, you'd imagine. But Yorkshire, obviously, they've lost second place at the moment to Middlesex, who won. They'll need to win to get it back.
Left alone outside the off stump here. This next one from Hamid, or to Hamid from Jordan.
Those results earlier in the day: Middlesex beating Derbyshire by an innings, Sussex beating Gloucestershire by an innings. This one here likely to be the next one to finish, and there's one or two other matches that are certainly going to be dragged into the final day tomorrow. Always nice when there's a little bit of cricket on the final day for everybody just to keep half an eye on.
Yep, Sussex promotion confirmed after that result. Hamid is defending once again on the stumps. Hakeem Jordan appears to have got to grips with bowling at Canterbury a little bit more so than when he was no bowling a lot of the start of play on day one.
He'll enjoy Durham, I'm sure, if he's not been before. Lovely and warm up there for a man from Barbados.
Yeah, indeed. Durham in September for the Bayesian. Here he comes and bowls. That's a nice delivery outside the off stump, which once again Hamid has opted not to play at. So a maiden over from Hakeem Jordan after a really good effort with the bat from him. He's 32, which included an absolute monster 6 as well.
Didn't want to go, did he? Just stood there, having been given out LBW, and almost had to get the tow truck on to get him off.
Yeah, I think he was, and even then he walked off quicker than I think he did in the first innings.
The Kent over rate, actually, now we are seeing it, is -1, so they'll just have to do something about that over the next 20 minutes, if they're bothered.
Yeah, they may not bother. It doesn't matter anymore, does it?
That's not the attitude, Benjamin.
It isn't, but I think there's a few Kent fans who are at that point in their thinking now.
Slater, 160 in the first innings, about to face his first ball in the second, and, well, was he looking to do a Mickelson then, a left-handed drive down the fairway? Down the fairway.
Yeah, he's absolutely chucked the hands
his,
at that.
His feet were rooted, and he drove at that one, didn't get anything on it.
Yeah, Ben Slater's seemingly looking to get on the coach.
There's Gilchrist in to bowl to him, and this is punched away into the offside. Oh, it'll go for 4. I don't want to do the fielder a disservice out there. I did think it might be cut off, but he wasn't able to get there quickly enough, and it went for 4. So Slater up and running. Notts a 9 without loss. The target is 23, and that will be that. Notts making 433. Kent skittled out yesterday for 225. Stuck in again as Slater pulls this down to long leg for a single. 10 without loss. They were 85 without loss overnight, and there would have been hope. There would have been hope. but that was evaporated really inside the first half an hour as Duffy with a couple and Lyndon James and then Rob Lord and Farhan Ahmed just kept breaking little partnerships, and Kent were winkled out for 230, Notts requiring 23, and they've got 10 of them already. Hamid on strike. He'll run this out for his 6th, and Notts are 11 without loss. 2 big blows away from winning this. Notts will take 23 points with the win. Kent will take 3 bowling bonus points, but again, just to reiterate, the board was pronouncing to 1-1 between overs that the Kent over 8 is -1. Gilchrist into Slater, and again with minimal foot movement, thumps it out onto the offside. Has it been stopped? I don't think it has. It's gone for another 4. Who's out there, number 44? Remind me, Ben.
George Garrett got hands on it, and then it rolled agonisingly into the rope after his best efforts.
He didn't get his hands to the first one, and as Ben has just described, did a little better with that one, but couldn't stop it. So 1 ball left in the 3rd over, and a no ball hit for 6 would do it here, wouldn't it? There's Gilchrist 15 without loss. Bowls, it's not a no ball, and it's not hit for 6, but he'll get a single, and he's done to Hamid what Hamid did to him by taking a single off the last ball of the Gilchrist over. He's 2 overs, none for 16. Notts a 16 without loss, and they need 7.
And the end is nigh.
Over 8 still looks showing as -1.
It is showing -1. Yep, so Kent might lose one of the 3 bowling bonus points that they've got in the game.
They're not sprinting around. Normally you can just win favour, can't you, with the umpires? Come on, quickly round. Let's get this -1 back, boys. You know, and the umpires will look upon it favourably if you're being seen to do everything within your powers. If you saunter around and take a bit of time between deliveries, they don't quite look on it so favourably.
Jordan to bowl around the wicket. Compton and Leaning are in the slips. So it was me, not in the field then.
Will Jack's out for 62. England 170 for 2. Duckett 79 not out at Trent Bridge.
Jordan bowls, cut away. That will likely go for 4. Yeah, nicely played by Ben Slater, it does. It's Jazz Singh, actually, the subfielder who's out there in the deep.
Birthday boy.
Can't cut it off away to his right, so Notts move to 20. And 1 more boundary would get them to victory.
How did you celebrate your 22nd birthday, Jazz? Fielding.
I came as a subfielder for 2 balls, and we got relegated. So Jordan around the wicket to Slater. Turns it away into the onside, into the gap. Bell Drummond sets off after this. They come back for the 2nd. Will they come back for the 1 more? No, they won't. So the scores are tied. That's 22 without loss in their 2nd innings. Just 1 more run needed for what will be a crucial victory, Dave Bracegirdle.
It will. A 2nd of the season. Very much looks as if they're going to at least go into the last round of matches with their destiny in their own hands, even if Lancashire do pull off a victory against Somerset.
Jordan bowls, short ball, it's down towards long leg off the bat of Ben Slater and away to the boundary. Nottinghamshire win the game with a 6, and Kent are relegated from County Championship Division 1. A dismal season comes to an end with defeat here in the Canterbury sunshine, and Nottinghamshire have given themselves a chance of beating the drop next week, but Kent will be playing Division 2 cricket next season.
Commiserations to Kent. Real shame that we've only played this fixture once this season. Notts and Kent always enjoy catching up with the lovely Kent following, and of course Matt and Ben. A shame, as we've been saying, I think over the last couple of days, Division 2 isn't necessarily that deep dark hole that you should fear going into. I know Kent have been there, Notts have been there twice in the last 5-6 years, but sure Kent will bounce back. They'll be a willing down here to turn things around. They'll be hurting at the moment, that's understandable. For Notts, they knew they had to improve in September to what they'd seen throughout the previous 5 or 6 games, and Notts have by and large done that. They've lost 2 of their last 3 by an innings going into this one, Durham and Essex last week, but here they've been the side bossing it. They won most of the sessions bar the tee to close session yesterday. Applause then for Daniel Bell-Drummond and his side as they come off. Applause for Asib Hamid and Ben Slater as they make their way to be congratulated by the rest of the Nottinghamshire team down below. As you can see, Joe Clark there didn't even have his pads on, or he's whipped them off quickly. Jacob Duffy down there in the shorts, just exchanging pleasantries with 1 or 2 of the Kent side that of course he played with, but it's Notts who pull off a 10-wicket victory. It's their first win here at Canterbury since 2008. I know there's not been that many fixtures here the last couple of times, apart from last year of course. The 2 times previous to that we were at Tunbridge Wells, but nice to get a win at Canterbury for the first time in 16 years. And that, folks, is just about it. It'll be hard for Notts to celebrate too much, and they're not one of the sides, a little bit like 1 or 2 counties that we can name will go into the dressing room and there'll be lots of singing and rejoicing and doing. I do think that is a little bit out of order sometimes when other sides are hurting. Kent will clearly be hurting. Notts will take the points back to Nottingham and just try and be professional next week, doing whatever they need to do. So keep your pecker up, Kent folks. You'll be back next year. Hope you round off the season with a good performance up at Durham, and I look forward to catching up again soon. And to my fabulous host this week, Matt for the first 2 days, David Fulton throughout the game, and obviously Ben just popping in today for an hour or 2. Great to see you all. Thanks to Kent for the hospitality this week. It's been absolutely first rate, top notch. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Well, thank you very much, Dave, and for your sake I hope we don't see you in this competition next season. Best of luck for trying to stay up next week to Nottinghamshire. They've certainly given themselves a good chance of doing that. With victory in this game by 10 wickets, they will remain in 8th in the county championship above Lancashire. In fact, they will stretch their advantage over Lancashire, whatever the Red Rose result this week. But defeat for Kent means they have been relegated, with a game to play. Reaction to come on BBC Radio Kent and on our social media at BBC Kent Sport before the day is out, and also on the Huddle tomorrow night from 6 to 7 p.m. on BBC Radio Kent, and on our breakfast show tomorrow morning as well. You'll get reaction to this game here. Don't forget the Sports Hub as well. Commentary of that game from Meadow Lane between Notts County and Gillingham on